talk a bit about pre-educational rooms that will be developed during this project. I will mention some details about participatory design because we consider it as very important part of our development, and present communication dissemination plans as well as expected impact, and of course, what is the current status of project and what will be the next steps. In the era we are currently living, misinformation and overall digital media manipulation is spreading faster than ever due to various social media algorithms, due to mass interaction with online platforms and so on. And if we consider today's case, young citizens are the biggest, let's say, consumers of this kind of content that is shared through these networks. And even though they are quite capable of accessing various formats, working with different technologies, we can say that they often struggle with recognizing if the content is valid, if source is credible, and some say that it's due to not very high let's say familiarity with traditional media formats that for some other generations potentially serve as natural filters, and therefore there are some researches that show that they cannot always safely engage with large amounts of data that they constantly interact with on daily basis. They get a lot of information, a lot of facts that they cannot always filter properly on their own. Uh, Generative AI nowadays just makes everything even worse, basically amplifies the problem because now we have a lot of generated disinformation, different sophisticated manipulations like deep fake videos, deep fake voices that can imitate the real person. Also, due to mention the algorithms, often we as individuals are pushed into filter bubbles where we are getting only the content that that specific algorithm is decided that we need to access, and therefore they often cannot recognize that and consider even sometimes the fake news and manipulations as valid information. Due to this large problem, we decided that main objective of this project should be empowering of young European citizens to become critical thinkers, to basically make them more responsible as digital citizens, and also to make them motivate them to become active participants in globalized society. We chose educational escape rooms as a valid option to spread and share the knowledge of the digital media misinformation because they are more interactive. They allow players to engage in some real life information situations where they can basically decide if something is true or fake, or if some source is trustable, and so on. This kind of escape room games often rely on time limitations, and this kind of created urgency is actually simulating the fast consumption of media that we often see nowadays. Basically, young people are scrolling for hours during the day and often go over a very large quantity of data. This is why it's also important for us to help them learn how to recognize credible sources and how to recognize manipulation tactics in order to protect themselves. And of course, idea is to follow all those new technical innovations, technical changes that with good details also bring some of the bad ones, and allow misinformation to further spread. As mentioned at the beginning, during this project, we will develop 3 educational escape room video games. And our focus is to improve players' competency in specific areas. The most important one is disinformation detection. We hope that after players interact with our games, that will get better insights on some of the tactics, and that they will be more capable to detect misinformation in the future. Of course, we also want to help them detect AI content, which is um, harder and harder to recognize nowadays, especially as this generative AI is improving. And also, we want to make them aware of digital privacy and digital rights, which are present in, let's say, online world. Next to that, I want to mention that design principles when we are creating and designing these escape rooms are to make these experiences compelling. We want to create adaptable gameplay, which can allow players from different regions, different locations to get localized content and to better, let's say, learn through this experience. So we also don't want to push them. We want to have natural motivation and to allow them to learn through hands-on experience. What is also very important for us, we want these games to be accessible for different groups of our societies, for playing these kind of games as an individual or as a collaborative gameplay. We also want to make them available online, but also we want to do some testing and dissemination in real life. I've mentioned participatory design because it's something that's not often used in serious games, and it's actually approach where end users, in our case, potential players, are not there to just consume the end product, but they're with us from the start and help us design and shape all these games that we will be creating. We started with participatory workshops early on in Work Package 2, where we had multiple workshops in Finland, Serbia, and Spain. Goal of these workshops was to gather important information about misinformation in those regions, about potential weaknesses, problems. For example, in Finland, we have a situation where they are very highly aware of misinformation and very capable to be media literate. But when they hear some news from foreign countries, from foreign territories, they are not very sure if that's misinformation or not. So, despite the high media literacy, they still have some kind of issues. And idea is to, for example, introduce that in a game and help them overcome those recognized problems. All the content we gather through this kind of work package is further implemented in the second workshop that is part of the work package 3, and of course they will be though all those data will be part of our developed games. Work package 3 had a co-design workshops where we had uh, participants from all three countries helping us decide what should be the storylines, what should be the main mechanics of the game, what kind of visual choices we should make, and so on. So basically, all those participants are actually now are co-designers of co-developers of our game. And through this second sets of workshops, we wanted to promote inclusivity, cultural resonance, to make sure that we have accessibility in our games, and so on. Regarding communication and dissemination strategies, our primary target groups are young European citizens from 10 to 30 years of age. Of course, we are not limiting us to that, but it's just our main focus. Of course, educators, media professionals, policymakers, and researchers, all types of users that are somehow involved in the media literacy fight against misinformation, and so on. Regarding dissemination, this project and games we will be producing will be shown in different events. We will go through different schools, and we have teaching sessions and so on. Idea is to maximize the knowledge exchange from local up to European levels. Also, we want to ensure visibility as much as we can locally and internationally. Hopefully, we can guarantee the sustainability and impact even after this project is completed. And overall, the theme of the project is to promote media literacy in all shapes and forms. Regarding expected outcomes, direct benefits should be enhanced critical thinking about among European youth. The idea is to, as I said, improve their critical thinking and way of thinking when media literacy is in question. Also, we want to help them develop their ability to identify and counter disinformation. We want to make them aware of AI generated content and all the risks that it brings. And of course, to better understand digital privacy and rights in this digital world. Regarding broader impact, we want to promote a diverse and pluralistic media environment. We want to support democratic discourse and social cohesion, which is understandably by default there. We want to create scalable model, basically to create a base that can further be developed in some other projects. And of course, we want to support responsible digital citizenship in order to improve overall state of this digital world. Currently, we have completed the Work Package 2 and Work Package 3 participatory design workshops, as I previously mentioned. We have completed design guidelines, technical architecture is planned out. We had various stages of planning of our first video game, where we had storyboarding, specific media material choosing, and all that goes with that. Faculty of Information Technologies, in our case, so Belgrade Metropolitan University is a leading developer of this first video game. Currently, we are close to complete the first prototype. And this prototype is developed in Unity engine. Also, it will be connected with SCAP, which is a platform that will help us gather all data during this interaction. For example, we will consider the region from which player is accessing our game, what is their score, how they did during some specific tasks and actions in our game in order to estimate how much game contributed to their knowledge. And also, game content will be localized, basically, depending on our previous researches regarding the country's specific risk, troubles, and challenges. We will have various content in our games, so you can play your game in Serbian, English, Finnish, Spanish, and so on. Regarding the next steps, we hope that during the pilot testing of our first game, we will gather additional data that will help us improve the game, doing some bug fixing if necessary, and refine product overall. And after that, we will finally deploy the first game, and we start with dissemination and teaching processes throughout the partnering countries. After that, of course, we'll have development phases of 2 more games, and hopefully it will be a nice set of materials and content that we can directly employ to improve media literacy of young citizens. Again, I would like to mention that this project was funded by European Commission Creative Europe program. And here you can see the website of the project and also the websites of all participants, partners on the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Since you are presenting online, I will now ask if someone from the audience have question for Milos. Okay, Professor Nemanja?
Yes, the AI literacy and identifying, well, fake news and deepfakes and so forth is very, very relevant today. My question is about, you said that young persons from Finland are more aware of those things. How about here in Serbia or in Spain? What's the difference? What have you found out so far?
Unfortunately, media literacy in our country is very low. I need to double check, but I think we are 43rd place or something like that. So it's very low, and we have a problem of recognizing, for example, politics content, if it's from reliable source or not. So overall, media literacy is a big problem for us. So we have detailed information from those workshops. I can share if you're interested. But overall, each country have a specific problem, and we just took the most important ones, but list is uh, solid, and I think we cannot cover them all, but definitely situation in our country can be improved, and we can hopefully at least partially contribute to the overall improvement regarding that topic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for the presentation.
Thank
We
you.
are now continuing with our next project. It is SHIFT project, ESG Impact Index in Higher Education. Professor Goran will present this project. He will also do that online. So, Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen. So you can start with your presentation.
Great, thank you. So my name is Goran Pavlovic, and I also came from Belgrade Metropolitan University. And unlike my previous colleagues, I come from the Faculty of Management. And today I will be saying something more about the Shift project, and you can see the structure here, on which we will shortly talk about some key aspects and informations. And since it comes from soft aspect, as I can say, I believe that having in mind the scope of this conference, you will find it very interesting. And the beginning, you can see on this slide some key informations about the project. It is Erasmus Plus program, and its horizontal priorities addressing digital transformation through development of digital readiness, resilience, and capacity, etc. The expected end of this project is the end of the February 2026. So when it comes about the Shift partners, the coordinator of this project is the University of Almeria from Spain. Also, we have University from Lodz from Poland, Lynn University from Sweden, Belgrade Metropolitan University, and they all come from higher education aspect. And we also have non-higher education institutions on this project, and they are Impact Sci from Portugal, Helix Connect from Europe, from Romania, ISQ from Portugal, and ACEEU from Germany. When it comes about the project objectives and motives, we must say at the beginning that higher education institutions today are not just the creator and disseminators of any knowledge. Their main task is to create human capital. And when I say human capital, it means in every possible aspect, not just from information technology, if we have in mind the scope of this conference. We also need to have sustainable aspects and problems and dilemmas we are facing today. And they can mainly be classified in three big groups: environmental, social, and governance problems. So the project objectives is to increase the capacity of higher education institutions to contribute to sustainable development goals by creating knowledge and strategies and top management decisions also that can increase sustainability aspect. Also, one of the project goal is to equip higher education students, academics, researchers, and other important stakeholders with necessary skills and knowledge related to ESG, and also to strengthen the transnational cooperation. Why? Because any sustainable problem today cannot be faced only by individual strength and efforts. We must have mutual mutual meetings, social capital created that will help us to deal with dilemmas and problems we face today. What is the key result of this project that has to be achieved? It is the creation of ESG Impact Index open access platform. And in this case, you can see the integration of soft and hard aspect. Soft aspect, the ESG aspect, the sustainable aspect, and hard is the platform that will be developed on the internet and can be used online by higher education institutions, not just in Europe, but I believe in entire world. So with this project, I'm sure we are making very big progress related to sustainability in higher education institutions. And I'm proud to say that Belgrade Metropolitan University is one of the key partners that has made impact on sustainability. And how we did it, I emphasized ESG Impact Index metrics. Why? Because that was something that was developed by a team from Belgrade Metropolitan University. And I must say the development of this matrix was very hard, complex, time-demanding, multidimensional task. And I will not talk about the matrix structure by itself because it is hard to visualize how it looks. And this is why I have just cropped one aspect of such matrix. This is one small aspect of the matrix we have developed. And this is, as you can see here, environmental dimension. And just one small part of environmental dimension we have developed by our team and Belgrade Metropolitan University. What is this matrix actually? It is a tool that will help higher education institutions track, measure, and manage environmental, social, and governance projects. This matrix has three important dimensions, E, S, and G. It has group areas and areas, totally 33. We have specific areas inside each group. I will show you shortly closer look so you can have in mind what is all about. We had the task to develop measurement method for each of these areas and dimensions, the risks and positive and negative impacts, etc. So what is the main result of the work package 3 we have worked on? It is development of the matrix, and this task is finished right on time. In this matrix, we had 10 group areas and 33 ESG different areas, 100 specific actionable items in ESG aspect. You can just imagine how hard, complex, and time-consuming this was to develop. Just having in mind the fact that we had 48 stakeholders coming from Serbia, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, Germany, and Romania that had to revise this matrix and tell us it is properly developed and everything is okay and can be used in future steps. So this is one short example I used so you can have in mind what this matrix is all about. Here we have environmental or E dimension, and I have research environmental impact assessment in group area as chosen. For example, this research environmental impact assessment dimension that higher education institution has to develop has three specific items that has to be tracked, measured, and managed in order that we achieve high research environmental impact assessment. Here we have example of percentage of research projects with environmental impact assessment, reduction in environmental impact due to research activities, percentage of research funding, etc. For each of these specific items, we have different measurement approaches. And for all of those approaches, we have to consult more than 100 scientific researches, reports, UN and European Union sustainable reports. And when it comes about the measurement approach, we have the combination of Likert scale, for example, for social or governance dimension, and we have ratio analysis approaches for environmental dimension. Also, for each of specific item, we had to develop positive and negative impacts. For example, what is the positive impact of research environmental aspect that higher education institution has developed? On the other side, what negative impact, what is the negative consequence if we do not manage our environmental dimension properly? And because of the negative impact, we had to develop a risk management methodology, which also was very hard and consuming task, time consuming task. This risk methodology has four important elements: is the probability that something negative will happen, what are the consequences of such negative impact, how much time we will have to recover, how much this negative impact will cost our institution. And by calculating the formula, we had identified 5 level risk significance. And according to each level risk, higher education institution needs to develop risk management strategies. So actually, it was really hard and multidimensional task, but we have developed it successfully, presented in project meeting, and it is accepted without any comments and complainings. What is the next related to this project? In work package 4, we now need to create mini learning program and ESG university awareness game, everything based on our ESG metrics. After that, we teach and train ESG, higher education, stakeholders. Those are students, professors, researchers, and others. After the successful training, we certify the trainees, and then we have a ready open index platform to be used. So, as I said, it is expected this project to be ended in the February 2026. If you need more information of this project, you can find it on the official website. You can scan this QR code. You can ask me now or on email, any kind of communication channel you like. So thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
Thank you, Goran, for a very nice presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Okay, Professor Drapovic.
Yeah, so we'll have the questions now because we're for the other 3 projects we'll have later on during the break. My question is, you have 48, I think, stakeholders from all over the countries that are participating in the project. And since Serbia is not currently European Union, are those how much are those stakeholders from Serbia and how much are there from other countries that are within the European Union? And are those stakeholders, well, aware of the research that you're doing and the impact that you're making?
Thank you for your question, Professor Nemanja. Actually, each participant in this project needed to have equal number of stakeholders. So we from Serbia had 6 stakeholders in total, but all other countries had 6 because in the content of this project is to be equal with everyone. So we have each number of stakeholders same. But when we talk about their reaction and questions, there are mainly equal like ours, which was surprisingly for us. But we kind of, in some way, expected that because when we were developing these metrics, our basis information and in the researches we used mainly come from European Union and from the United Nations. So we actually prepared ourselves in advance for any possible comments that will make us task more time consuming. So we actually we were proactive and we tried to emphasize their reaction, and everything actually was expected and fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you again for presentation. Now we are continuing with our final project that will present our colleague Maya. It is Igloo project, implementation of game-based learning using escape rooms. So Maya will now present the project and yes. Може, я не съм угасила. Може.
Using escape rooms. This paper is brought to you by me and Professor Mina Milosevic, also at Belgrade Metropolitan University. So what is Igloo? We talked about a little bit yesterday about its puzzle. Igloo is a project that has a goal to create escape rooms for education. That is, to create a tool that allows educators to connect with their students through escape rooms and through gamification. Now, we want to empower universities to start using this module of learning and to start implementing a SCAP platform in their everyday use. You can see here some of the basic information, like the call ID for the project. The duration of project is about 26 months. We started, they started the 1st of September and I joined around January. Our estimated cost for the project is around 274,000 euros, and the EU granted us around 350,000 euros for our project. The participants of our project are 4 different universities. We have Universitat Politécnica de Madrid, aka UPM, from Spain, and they're the coordinators of our project. Then we have the well-known University of Eastern Finland, of course based in Finland. Then we have Universidad Internacional de La Roya from Spain. And lastly, we have the Belgrade Metropolitan University, aka us. So, what are the objectives of our project? Well, it's first to define a methodology for designing these escape rooms and to make them compatible with the subjects and with the development of the material for educators. The second one is to provide the teachers with these tools and to provide them the training they need to use our platform and to learn how to create these escape rooms. Then we have, as a third objective, to create these same escape rooms, evaluate them, and see any possible methodologies and tools that could be added or used for later. And lastly, our fourth objective is to make a connection of universities in Europe that promote this type of learning and that use this platform and usage of escape rooms. So, how the project is built, we have 5 different work packages that are connected. The first one, work package 1, is dedicated to project management, more on the paper side with Excel tabels of when the dates are due, when everything needs to be done, what are the assignments, and so on. Next we have work package 2, which is the development of the foundation for design of escape rooms. That is usually the materials we will define for educators. Like I showed yesterday on the SCAP, there are instructions, and part of the work package 2 are the very instructions for using a SCAP, for using puzzles, and creating the right documentation. Then we have the fun work package, which is work package 3, the development of the puzzles, digital tools, the platform itself, and so on. Yesterday, this work package is specifically led by our university, as you saw yesterday, with containing the puzzles and the development of the escape rooms itself. Then we have work package 4, which is based on teacher training. So we can understand that maybe using our platform or creating these escape rooms may be difficult for some. So in part of the project, we want to train the teachers on how to use the platform and what the best way would be to creating these escape rooms. And lastly, we have work package 5, which is dissemination exploration, which is basically social media, the creation of our website, and so on. Currently, this work package is usually being divided by the teams. So first, let's talk about the work package 2. The main result from this package is best practices for creating and conducting educational escape rooms, a comprehensive guide for teachers. So this paper is contained on our website and on ESCAP, where you can find what are the best ways for exactly creating the escape room and how it should be done, how the teachers should evaluate the escape rooms, how they should conduct their teachings to students, how the communication should be, what the end goal and result should be. You can find the best version of this, I am showing the site again, promo on ESCAP. Okay, so yeah, here's a little, if anybody's interested on how you can connect. You just enter your info. One great thing about ESCAP, because it is based for teachers, you can use your university mails, so you don't have to worry about using your private mail or Gmails for that purpose. They can be both for students and for teachers, and when you register, you just select either if you're a teacher or if you're a student. And just give me a second. Okay, my credentials are wrong, forgot my password. So I don't want to take up too much time with this, but where we can see these sort of information is on our website that I've entered wrong. Sorry, I'm not very used to laptops. More of a PC person. And there's something. Let me just see what's wrong. The site should be. Okay, so here's our website about the Eagle project. Here you can find more information on us, and in the project results, you can see the guide for teachers. Here you can download it in both English, Spanish, and Serbian. And let's say in English, save. And what does this guide look like? And this is the first version. You can find all the information here, the creators of paper, and so forth. So when the version is updated, there will be an update on the site, but currently here like the table of contents and everything that the teachers may need for creating the escape room. Again, to make it easier for everybody, there is a Spanish, English, and Serbian version. Okay. Next, our amazing partners at Universidad de la Royal have made this amazing infographic that shows the objectives of our project and how everything is working, and how, again, a little bit of the document itself is also an infographic of showing what would be the best way for designing puzzles and creating them and so forth. Now, currently this infographic is only in English, but we're working on it to make it in both Spanish and Serbian for all of our native speakers to make it easier and more accessible. This is a little video of me showing the infographic and going too fast. You can find the infographic as well on the site next to our project results. You just click on see infographic, and here you can see where everything is. We have the design phase, the build phase, execution phase, and evaluation phase. And here you can click for more info, let's see on the design phase, how the format and delivery mode works, info, and here we have like a little animation and a picture showing us everything connected to, let's say, the delivery of the puzzles itself. So, let me go back, slideshow. Okay, currently what we have in progress is the SCAP platform itself. Even though we have already a functional platform, there will be some changes added to the future to make it more accessible to the teachers and maybe even easier to use. Now, with that, we're currently working on reusable puzzles. The reusable puzzles are currently being led by us. However, our amazing partners are also working on them. here you can see the keypad puzzle created by our partners at UPN. We're working on some mock resources, and as well as expert-led courses to showing how the escape rooms work and how the teachers can develop them, how they can develop them themselves. Yesterday I showed you the escape platform, but again, just to go through it again, so it's a web platform that allows teachers to create escape rooms. Currently, you're not limited to the number of escape rooms. You can make as much as you want. You can change them for a class or for a maybe different subject and so on. Everything can be found on the ESCAP website. To use the ESCAP website, you need to create your account, either as a teacher or as a student. Now, as a student, you can not create escape rooms, you can just play them. But as a teacher, you can create them. In the former version of the ESCAP, teachers could not test their escape rooms, but now you can. So you can see what your students see and how it works. So if you're not sure, you can give it a try and so on. However, you can add like the number of the students for the escape room. You can make it localized just for the team, send them the link, or let them enter something, search it up, and so on. Teachers can also create universal escape rooms, and you can share it with other students, not just for your singular class, but let's say, okay, you've made an amazing escape room and you want to share it with the entire university. You can post it and others can reuse it, other teachers and other students can go through it. Now here is a little bit of an example what the escape room would look like. Here we have a timer showing us that they need to solve a math problem, and this needs to be solved until the timer expires. They can see this in the ESCAP itself, and through ESCAP they need to enter the final code. You can see here how the hints look. If they're stuck on maybe on a problem or a puzzle, they can gain a hint like using through this interface, either by solving something or the teacher just merely giving it to them. But again, if you prefer not to use hints, you can dismiss them. To pass it back to yesterday, another development in work package 3 are my reusable puzzles. Like we mentioned yesterday, there are 4 reusable puzzles: the Caesar cipher puzzle, the bomb puzzle, save box puzzle, and radio puzzle. Firstly, we created the Caesar cipher puzzle that works based on the Caesar cipher. So we have, let's say, an alphabet of letters and numbers. Then we have a shift being with, let's say, 2. So A becomes C, B becomes D, and so on and so on. 0 becomes 2. If the shift is negative, then we're going to the left. That is, we're going back, and A becomes Y, 0 becomes 8, and so on and so on. For this puzzle, currently, you can also enter the language, that is the alphabet. They can be either English, Spanish, or Serbian. Finnish and should be added as well. Then we have the bomb puzzle, the most complex of them all, which is made of 4 smaller puzzles. We have four smaller puzzles: the slider puzzle, the color button puzzle, wire puzzle, and numpad puzzle. The sliders are to be adjusted to the wanted value entered. The color button puzzle works in a sequence by pressing the buttons in a specific sequence. Wire cut puzzle works by cutting the wires in an order, and the numpad works by entering a code designed for ESCAP. Then we have the save box puzzle, also a 3D puzzle that allows you to enter a code using a rotation device, that is a code lock. You can spin it either clockwise or counterclockwise. Once you enter the code, you can open the save box, and there will be either a note or a message showing you the next hint. And lastly, we have radio puzzle that accepts a sound or maybe an audio that is distorted, and to be fixed to its right frequency and volume, the players need to change the frequency and volume until they reach the right one. Again, to make it even more easier for players or more intuitive, they need to follow the graph behind and match it to the graph in front. So to conclude everything, we think that this project will bring a lot of use to universities, that it will bring a lot of use to students, encourage their thinking skills, motorics, and so on. We think that we can make learning so much fun and exciting for newer students. And we want to encourage their thinking outside of the box and their creativity also, as well as their teamwork. And overall make a fun project for everybody. Thank you for your attention. If you wish to follow us on our socials, you can find us here on links. The first one is for our website, which is igloo.dit.upn.es. We have a LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter or X, YouTube, and TikTok. So we would greatly appreciate it if you would show us some support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maya, for again interesting presentation as yesterday. And now I will close this opening session and invite all the people to the coffee break. And during this break, you can discuss with all the professors that presented the projects, about the projects, and we can continue that with coffee. So we can go now on the short break, and after that we will continue with our first session for today.
Hello again from my side, and welcome to the opening of the first session for regular papers on the second day of the 16th International Conference in e-learning at Belgrade Metropolitan University. We have 5 papers today, and I will be your moderator for this session. We'll start with the first paper entitled A Comparative Analysis of ChatGPT 4 and 4.5 and Human Written Summaries in Linguistic Research. The authors of this paper are Alex Stosic, Marija Milojković, and Aleksandar Branković, all from the Faculty of Foreign Languages here at Belgrade Metropolitan University. Alexa will present the paper, so Alexa, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So as everyone can see, our topic here is a comparative analysis of ChatGPT 4 and 4.5 and how it compares to human written summaries in linguistic research, though we have some implications for more for further cross-field research as well. So when we set out to create our paper, we started with one premise. We all thought, well, every time that we have to write a new research paper, we have to crawl through a lot of papers to try and find previous research, and that requires a lot of time and a lot of man hours. So we had the premise of like, okay, so how can we maybe make this process much shorter? And since we all use artificial intelligence, we thought, well, we have heard in the past that ChatGPT is pretty good at summarizing things. Let's see how good it actually is at summarizing papers. Since we are primarily focused on linguistics, theoretical linguistics, applied linguistics, we wanted to check out how it actually summarizes linguistic research. One of the problems that we actually faced at the very start is that there were no papers of this type in the past. We found some papers that talked about how ChatGPT can be used to summarize medical papers. We found other research that talked about general summarization with ChatGPT for like news articles, but there was nothing in applied linguistics. So we set out to actually try and figure out if it's actually good or if it's maybe not so great for this purpose. So we had 2 research questions to start. The first one was, to what extent do ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 4.5 produce accurate summaries that capture key findings while adhering to the required structural conventions? The reason why we used ChatGPT 4 and 4.5 was because at the time of writing, these were the current models. For those of you who are aware now, we have ChatGPT 5, so we can kind of take our research and our paper as kind of like, you can use it as a reference point for how ChatGPT has evolved over time. And the second one is, in what respect do ChatGPT generated summaries differ from human authored summaries? The things that we tested are the accuracy and faithfulness of this generated output. As most of you know, ChatGPT tends to hallucinate, or it can pull up content that is not factual, that is very incorrect or often incoherent. And then we also wanted to check if it can adhere and follow the academic writing conventions, because ChatGPT tends to have a more informal structure when writing. So we were interested in its structure, in the linguistic features, and if it can use disciplinary terminology correctly. And for this, we tested if it can follow the modified annotated bibliography template, which requires, it requires ChatGPT to follow a certain structure. So if it can check the previous research, if it can check if the paper is actually relevant for the research, if it can list the methodology correctly, if it can list the results correctly, and all of the necessary structure required for writing an annotated bibliography or an abstract. So our methodology for this paper included the following. We selected 5 experimental research papers, which were all focused on applied linguistics and how artificial intelligence can be used to enhance student speaking. Of course, we selected these journals from the past three years, mostly from 2022 and 2024, and they were, of course, all peer-reviewed. Then we created a total of 25 summaries, 15 of which were generated by us humans, so by myself and my 2 colleagues, which are here in the crowd. Each of us generated a summary for each of the 5 papers, and then we had both models of ChatGPT do the same thing. So we had one generated by ChatGPT 4 and another generated by ChatGPT 4.5. And once we decided on the prompt, we fed it into ChatGPT. You can see it on the screen right now. This was the prompt that we used. You're working on a research paper that discusses the integration of technology and AI into the ESL classroom. You want to summarize the following research paper and write the summary in the style of an annotated bibliography. You need to write the summary using the following template. Do not omit any information. And then we listed the bullet points. So provide a citation for this paper following the APA 7 style of citation. State what the paper is about and what topic it discusses. State what the methodology of the paper is and how the research was conducted. State what the most important results of the paper were. Provide an evaluation of the paper's credibility and explain why it is or is not a reliable source. And state how the paper is relevant for your own paper and research. And the reason why we broke it up into these bullet points was because we found evidence in previous research that said that ChatGPT, at the very least, performs better and hallucinates less when given detailed step-by-step instructions in this way. So, since this was an example of good practice, we decided to follow it and see if we would get good results. After the fact, once we fed the prompt into ChatGPT and had it summarize the papers, we then had to perform several analyses. First was the analysis of the qualitative data, so we manually analyzed the ChatGPT generated summaries for linguistic features, length, how much of the words allotted to it were used for explaining the methodology, or how much it explained what is the purpose of the paper for its own research. And then we also had the qualitative and quantitative data that we performed. So we then took all of these summaries and we gave it to experts to judge using a Likert scale, to judge the quality of all of these 25 summaries. So for this, we had professors of linguistics, both from our own university here at the Metropolitan University and from the Faculty of Philosophy in Niš, assess the quality of the summaries. And we asked them if they thought that the summaries were generated by AI or if they were human generated. And we asked them if they wanted or could to provide an elaboration for why they thought this was the case. So now here are our key findings. So first, when we performed our own analysis of the papers, we found that basically ChatGPT was, for the most part, accurate and faithful to the original text. It used pretty much the required terminology. It stuck it used academic language accurately, and it used the correct terminology throughout. And For the most part, there were no hallucinations. Why do I say for the most part? Because there was one situation where we did have one hallucination, but that was mostly due to user error and not due to ChatGPT itself making a mistake. So that's why we discarded that one hallucination and basically started again. Both models were able to follow the structure, so that it listed all of the requirements, it followed the bullet points in the prompt accurately. However, there were some pretty clear limitations that we noticed. The first is that both models could not evaluate any of the data that they found in the text critically, and they always, when asked like why this paper was useful for its own research, it was only able to give us very generic answers. It could not actually critically assess any of the papers. So in that regard, it's not a great marker for your own research. If you want to assess this critically, maybe read it yourself. But if you want to find the data, then yes, it can report the data of the paper pretty accurately. For the survey part, what our experts actually told us, and everything else. First, we found that both ChatGPT 4.4.5 performed pretty much in the same factor. Maybe ChatGPT 4.5 created slightly shorter summaries, but they were pretty much on the same level. And if you check the median values when compared to the human-generated summaries, they're pretty much the same. So ChatGPT had a 4.0 median value on the Likert scale, whereas human-generated summaries had a 3.9 median score on the Likert scale. So there was really not that much of a difference between humans and ChatGPT in that regard. However, the problem that we did find was that our expert raters could not agree on the criteria that they used to assess ChatGPT. Because you can see here that there was quite a low inter-rater agreement, so our interclass correlation coefficient was only 0.39. And I can provide some examples of this. Many experts were much harsher on AI, some were much more lenient. But I'll get into that in a moment. And when it comes to accuracy of detections, when it came to detecting ChatGPT, experts were 70% effective, so they could, for the most part, tell that something was AI. But when they had to tell if the text was, human generated or AI generated, for the most part, the human texts were often misidentified. So human-generated texts were only identified as human 47% of the time, and 53% of the time they still thought that it was generated by AI. And we had some of our raters clearly state that because they thought the text was AI generated, they gave it a lower score, so some bias was involved in the rating of these summaries as well. Now, what were the criteria that the raters used? Well, for the most part, they focused on information density, on word choice and style, structure and organization, credibility, and relevance evaluation, errors, and punctuation. The reason why we wrote relevance evaluation, errors, and punctuation was because there was an example where a text had some punctuation errors or errors in spelling, and that immediately gave it away as human-generated. And then most raters said this one contains a small mistake, therefore it is human-generated. AI would not make this mistake. Or when it came to credibility and relevance evaluation, when they thought that the humans gave a very general statement as to why this was relevant, they would also rate it as AI generated, because as stated before, AI cannot critically assess any text. Now, what are the advantages of ChatGPT compared to human-authored summaries? Well, first is information density. It's reliable for factual coverage. It's detailed and it's very comprehensive. It's going to output all of the relevant data in a well-structured manner. When it comes to word choice and style, there's not going to be any mistakes of that sort. So it's grammatically correct. It's very formal. It's terminologically precise. However, this leads to humans who read it perceiving it as mechanical, repetitive, formulaic, and as somebody was stated, without having a soul, which is obvious. It's a machine. So, in terms of structure, it's consistent but perceived as rigid. Errors, usually there are none because AI tries to use perfect pronunciation, and there are no errors in writing at all. However, the disadvantages as mentioned, it is limited in critical selectiveness evaluation and limited in linguistic diversity. So when we analyze the text, we notice that our human-produced summaries were quite diverse in terms of vocabulary used. Some used more casual, a more casual style, more casual vocabulary, maybe not exactly academic, but ChatGPT always stuck to this academic, rigid format compared to us. So what do we think about its overall usefulness? Well, we think that it's efficient for descriptive summarization, for initial scanning, and for standardized outputs. So if you want to use it to quickly glance through the work and see, okay, this data seems interesting, then you can go and read it yourself. So in that way, it can save time, but not for a critical evaluation. And in terms of limitations that we had, well, obviously we could have used a bigger corpus. In total, we had only 25 summaries. If we had maybe double that amount, we probably could have gotten more accurate results, but we think that this is all right so far. We also acknowledge that if we had tried different prompts, obviously we would have gotten different results because ChatGPT and most AI models are prompt-based. We only attempted one prompt and we thought it was good enough, so we stuck to that one. And we need to create a standardized evaluation method, so maybe to try and eliminate the bias that raters had, or to set specific criteria by which to judge AI writing, rather than just letting each participant in the survey evaluate it however they want. And of course, we need to focus on more cross-disciplinary studies. Since we only focused on linguistic research, we don't actually know if we can make the same generalization or the same statement for all fields of study. Maybe in biology or technological studies, it's not going to have the exact same results. It's going to make mistakes. But for our own field of linguistics, we thought it was sufficient. And of course, we thought that we could use some other software to help us to analyze the information and the stylistic and word choices in more detail, though more on that to come in the future. So that's it. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions about our paper, you feel free to ask them now, or if not, then I'll hand over the floor to somebody else.
Thank you so much, Alexa. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes?
Thank you very much for this presentation, and your research was very interesting. I have two questions. First, did you try, I know that you compared to GPT models, did you try with some other model, AI model like Claude, Perplexity? There are so many models now, so did you try something else?
So we thought about doing that. However, for the time frame that we had to create this paper, we decided to just stick to ChatGPT. So that's also another thing we could have actually listed in our limitations. Maybe try using other models as well, like Claude or Gemini for sure.
Okay, and another question. I think it's interesting for all of us because we now have problem whenever we want to apply a paper for conference or some journal. Everybody are using AI detectors to see did we write the paper or AI wrote the paper, and very often we get that our paper is AI generated, although we wrote it. So did you maybe compare your results with that kind of tool, what you say as a linguist and what AI tool said that AI tool, in a sense, GPT-0, etc. That would be interesting to see.
So I can only talk about my personal experience. Usually, whenever I write something like this, I do run it through these AI detection tools, and pretty often it will say this is AI generated, 100% AI generated, and I know that it is not because I wrote it. Now, based on what we did, there was a section that we left out of this presentation. We wanted to use a tool called the Co-Matrix, which can help us analyze the exact structure of sentences, clauses, and everything, try and figure out how something is written. So in the future, when we attempt this kind of work and we expand on it, we're going to include that analysis as well. And it would be interesting to see exactly, using this co-matrix, what is the exact linguistic difference on on the basic level, on the word level and clause level. How does a human write something? How does an AI write something? Now, I think another problem that we have is that when we write academic papers, we stick to a very specific style.
Yeah.
And this style often gets flagged as AI generated. Now, I don't know how to fix that. That's beyond the scope of my knowledge personally. But I think that's something that we're going to have to maybe think about as the academic community in general.
Yes. Yeah, that will be a problem in the future because we all use some phrases,
exactly.
and then if I get you are 100% AI generating, and I know that I wrote my paper.
Yes. So that's the problem. Like, do we start using more casual and informal expressions to circumvent these AI generated tools, or do we stick to what the established conventions are, and then get somebody tell us, no, this is AI generated, please rewrite, or this, we cannot accept this paper.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answers, and we are looking forward to see the results in your research.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Professor of Linguistics, and I would also like to ask you concerning this last, your question, is it possible to differ AI translations from your personal, for example? Do you face the same problem?
I can only talk about my personal experiences when it comes to translation. I've noticed when I've tried to translate something with AI, it's often very clunky. It uses inaccurate words that I
You mean terminology?
Well, terminology, sure. If I'm translating something that's based for a paper, but if I'm translating just a regular text or something that I'm creating for my students to translate, I notice that it's going to use very awkward words and expression. In English, not so much, but when we try to use it in Serbian, some of the words that it would use are used in completely different contexts and situations than what it proposed. I can't think of an example off the top of my head right now, but if I went through all of the prompts that I've created, I would probably find innumerable examples of when it used clunky language.
So you do not recommend it for translation?
From my experience, no. If I did use it for translation, I would have to heavily edit it after the fact.
Yes, that is the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience? Then I just have one final question. Okay. In your prompt, I didn't see on the summary. You didn't say in how many words.
That's right. We did write in the prompt how many words. We just omitted it here.
Okay. Yeah, because we know that these models also often have trouble with if you say this in 500 words or 300 words or between this and this.
So I can give an example because I do remember roughly. ChatGPT 4 did not stick to the word count. I know in one version we definitely gave it 250 words as a word count, and it overshot every time. It usually wrote it between 270 to like 300 and something. ChatGPT 4.5 did stick to the word count. It always wrote the articles in like 200, 250, 60-ish words at most, I think. So it was much better in that regard. But now I'm curious how ChatGPT 5 performs and other models as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, again. It's a very interesting paper. And we will continue with the second paper in this session. The paper is entitled Digital Literacy and Competencies in the Field of Tourism and Hospitality in English Language Teaching in the Third Millennium. It is authored by Brankica Bojic from the Metropolitan University from Montenegro.
Thank
Professor,
you.
the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like, since I'm a philologist and a lawyer at the same time, I would like to tell you that today I'm going to speak about English for specific purposes. That is English specialized, thank you. That is English specialized in one field of work. This time, since I am a lawyer and a philologist, I will not speak this time about legal English, but about English in the context English in tourism and hospitality. And in this scope, I will speak about the usage of this specialized language, which is very important for the context of tourism and hospitality. But nowadays, it is connected with digital competencies now more than ever. So, for students to be competent in this field, he should or she should know English fluently, and this is not general but specialized English, and also digital, to have big digital competencies. I used research with mixed method, just for your information to know, with about 150 students for the academic year 2023-24. And now I will speak you broadly about that. The tourism and hospitality industry is undergoing rapid digital transformation, significantly influencing how professionals interact with international guests and manage day-to-day options. English, as we know, English is now a global lingua franca, so everyone should use English as its first language in interpreting whatever you want to explain or want to apply. Consequently, mastering both English language and digital competencies has become essential for tourism professionals who aim to thrive in a technology-driven and competitive market. The study is empirical, as it emphasizes the evolving growth of technology. From a supportive tool to a central enabler of market competitiveness, facilitating data collection and enabling personalized service offerings. Also, in this content, English for specific purposes for tourism must cover both language skills and digital literacy, and this is achieved by referencing models like DICCOMP, which provide a framework, DICCOMP, which outlines essential digital competencies for both personal and professional development. And according to DICCOMP, students should be proficient in the use of digital tools, content creation, and communication. My study found that the majority of students scored above the basic proficiency level in these areas. The evolving nature of the tourism sector demands that professionals operate fluently within digital ecosystems, from booking platforms and social media to customer relationship management systems and the live chat support tools. This study also examines linguistic interference between English and Serbian in digital contexts, which cover 60 lexemes identified from communication via Viber, phone, and Zoom. Additionally, the study contributes to the discourse on the role of digital technology in facilitating lexical borrowing and English language acquisition. The essence of the social and communicative aspects of the internet lies in the interconnection of participants within the online community, where the central activities include communication, information exchange, and interaction. Moreover, student networks are monitored due to the use of anglicized vocabulary. I'm looking because I didn't put everything on slide. There were 60 words, 60 anglicized words that we take into our native language, and we are not even conscious of the fact that we use these words. So, from numerous anglicized examples from the student corpus are the following, translated into their English equivalent, such as Instagram. It is very interesting to know which are these words. To hate, hateovati, to reset, resetovati, to update. It is not necessary to translate it. Updateovati, to install, installirati, web, mail, blog, clip, cyber, videophone, spam, inbox, smartphone, connection, application, implementation, attachment, to attach, to download, to upload, input, online, chat, notification, navigation, password, camera, game, Viber, Zoom, player, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, channel, chip, antivirus program, backup, browser, to create a program, to delete, to, it is not, desktop, display, driver, file, filter, gadget, to generate, header, folder, host, interface, to install, provider, link, log, many, media, mouse, offline, online, option, system, screenshot. So there were 60 anglicized words in Serbian language, which we are not conscious very often of that situation. So words are instruments through which we acquire knowledge of the language and also the culture of some language. So these technical words and digital technology entered our Serbian language, so it becomes anglicized Serbian language. Then digital communication included selfies, various posts and explanation covering both general and professional topics, and communication take place through emails, Zoom meetings, online and Viber social groups, blogs, and video clips. Methods. The empirical study adopts a mixed method approach to assess the digital and linguistic competencies of students specializing in tourism and hospitality. The research was conducted, I said at the beginning of my paper, during the academic year 23-24 and 24-25. 2 semesters, and the innovation of this study is based on a clear data setup and analysis methods, as well as the participants, data collection instruments, and data analysis in order to achieve the research results. So, what I said, questionnaires, SMS phone calls, data analysis, statistical analysis, quantitative data, and thematic coding, qualitative use of English language. Statistical package for the social sciences is a software package used for statistical data analysis, and it is used in all big hotels at the Montenegrin Adriatic coast. And one of the most famous is Splendid Hotel, which also uses this software. Results and discussion. Data were collected through these questionnaires. The research results. Follow-up communication was carried out using mails, SMS, phone calls, and Vibers. Quantitative data were used analyzing a statistical package for social sciences, and with a focus on frequency, percentage, and correlation analysis. So students use Google Docs, as you see, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Canva, ChatGPT, AL tools. From the online questionnaires, 61% of students reported that they use digital platforms for learning purposes such as online courses and educational videos, and 74% stated that they frequently engage in a social media communication related to their field of study, and the social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube emerged as a key tool for gathering information about the latest tourism trends, destination marketing, and industry news. The highest frequency of English usage was noted in online interaction with tourists, where 56% of students indicated that English was their primary language of communication. 52% of respondents acknowledge that they have encountered difficulties in understanding specific tourism-related terms, especially those linked to digital services, booking engine, virtual tour, customer engagement platform. Students reported that they often rely on online dictionaries or machine translation. We usually and normally I recommend them to use Cambridge Online Dictionary, Trados, then Lingi and Google to overcome these language barriers. This reliance on technology aligns with a study by Coyle, which emphasized that students in technical fields frequently face challenges in understanding discipline-specific terminology in English. When asked to evaluate their own digital competencies, 39% of students were rated themselves as highly competent, while a majority, 51%, identified their skill level as moderate, indicating that they are still developing their digital competencies. Also, the study highlighted cases of code switching and translanging, i.e. the practice of mixing English with Serbian in digital communication. The integration of digital communication tools into the curriculum was shown to have a positive impact on student professional development. They feel confident to handle digital marketing tasks, for example, creating content for social media and use of CRM software and engage in e-commerce transaction. CRM software in tourism and hospitality is also used in this big and complex hotel like Splendid. They use it in spa centers to provide various things for customers. For example, they make their life more easier, and they do not have to memorize so many things together. I ask them personally how it helps them. They provide faster solutions, analyze customer behavior, understanding what they search for, and improve their customer support with faster solutions, since all client information is already stored in the system. Thematic insight from interviews I have had with my students is that qualitative data from these semi-structured interviews and follow-up communication revealed several themes. I classified them into 3 themes. It is increased digital autonomy, language barriers, and positive attitudes towards AL tools. Students noted that modern tools allow them to manage their learning more independently, organize their schedules, and access diverse learning resources. Some students, particularly those with lower English proficiency, express challenges in understanding specialized terminology or navigating platforms available only in English. And the third thing is that positive attitudes towards AL tools, because many participants view AL technologies such as JetDP very helpful companions in the learning process, offering assistance with writing, classification of concepts, and even translation. But challenges related to language confidence and the digital literary gaps, which still persist with minority of users. The above-mentioned findings are categorized into 3 core areas: students' English language proficiency, second is their digital literacy in the context of tourism, and the intersection of digital tools and language. The majority of students demonstrated functional English proficiency, particularly in reading and listening. However, speaking and writing skills varied, especially in formal and professional settings. Common challenges included limited vocabulary for tourism-specific contexts and lack of confidence in spoken interactions. Digital literacy in tourism context, students showed high familiarity with basic digital tools such as booking websites, because for this branch of field of work it is important. Booking, TripAdvisor, and other platforms for communication, which are very useful. And at the end, concluding remarks. At the end, I will tell that the results confirm the interdependence of digital and linguistic competencies in tourism and hospitality industry globally, because of that specific terminology. Because if you do not know what is itinerary or some specific terms in this field, you are not competent to at the labor market to participate, to explain something, to give something as a feedback or something like that. And the study highlights the critical role of digital literacy in English language proficiency in preparing future professionals for tourism and hospitality industry. students must be equipped not only with academic knowledge, but also with practical, relevant skills. These digital tools enhance language acquisition and professional readiness. Integrated instructions leads to better learning outcomes and greater student engagement. Additionally, in this study, I highlighted the anglicized vocabulary in online communication, especially among students in tourism and hospitality, where English terms are often integrated into everyday digital transactions and reflecting industry trends, influence of globalized communication norms. This study emphasized the need for English for specific purposes courses that combine linguistic knowledge with the digital competencies to help future research and professionals navigate through the modern digital environment. Also, it suggests that further research should investigate how emerging technologies, such as the colleague said, AL tools and virtual assistants, can be integrated into tourism education to further enhance both language learning and digital skill development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
I have around 20 science publications and permanent peer reviewer in Elsevier in human-computer interaction sphere. And if you send a paper to Elsevier about gamification in social sphere, in social network, big chances this paper come to me. Okay. Around 10 years ago, I proposed interesting concept from virtual and mixed reality, extended reality. I named this concept is trans-reality puzzles, and this is tangible user interface devices what can give interesting experience for people. One of previous presenters speak about VR, but VR is not only mixed reality or extended reality device. For example, the most popular mixed reality devices is computer mouses and touch screens, for example, what we use every day. It's not thinking about that, but by your hand you manipulate with virtual world, with bits, and it's because we have a good feedback. We think we really move, for example, window on the desktop. But we're thinking about this, and additionally we think about really big problem. It's a startup industry teach us problem solving, reasoning, thinking. We think about what problem. Problem is smartphone, very popular, is very multi-purpose device. It's really multi-purpose. It's have a social feed, have notifications, have short videos, and for example, students or small kids starting his exercises, for example, on math. In 1 minute, distracted and move to TikTok. You everything know about that. We speak about many parents and think we need, especially for early development, we need separate device. What can concentrate only on interesting and good content for brain development. And when we're thinking about mass market and thinking about different form factors and spheres, we look at the Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube, one of the most popular toy on the planet. Around 3 billion copies, 3 billion, thinking about it, sold on this planet. And we think, why no one do not make a digital Rubik's Cube? And around 10 years ago, I found company like hobby, like research purpose to build Rubik's Cube in digital Rubik's Cube, what can be used for learning purpose and can start games, special prepared games. And now we on the pre-market stage. Our company attract around 20 millions United States dollars investment money, and build a device. I show this device. It's pre-market device. It's in my hand. It's good development prototype, and I started, and it's you see it's start menu, and every icons is different games. I can upload games from our store from phone via Bluetooth, and can start. It's mechanical device. It's working like Rubik's Cube, absolutely mechanically. Every model have his own microprocessors, and all system is always in synchronized data state. And when you start game, it's working like one device, but really it's eight devices right now, and we can play mostly like puzzle style and arcade style games, good for brain development. And in my study, one of my paper, I do big meta research about Rubik's Cube, like previous generation of Rubik's Cube, and I found 96 research paper about how to Rubik's Cube have influence to learning skills, brain development, to ability for 3D spatial reasoning. And it's really very interesting sphere. I try to show something, but after presentation, everyone can take it and try to play. For example, I start game, and looks. This is 2024 game, and you need to go through very challenging puzzle. All gamification inside. You got score, you got achievement. System synchronized through phone to backend, and you can compete with your friends. and it's almost working system. We obtain officially obtain trademark Rubik's. And first of all, in USA, in this year, and the year, it's go to retail under name Rubik's Wow Cube. Wow Cube is our name. Rubik's is for retail stores. And I bring one device for here, and it's absolutely new. Pre-mass production version making in China. We have a subsidiary company in Shenzhen in China and additional subsidiary company in Novi Sad in Serbia. All software making in two countries really, in Montenegro, in Budva, and in Serbia, in Novi Sad. All our programmers working here. Headquarter in the United States is because it's access to venture capital, and production people in China. It's one is present for Metropolitan University.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. My paper is really a pretty big research. Everyone can read it, but I just very quickly go through. My problem is attention fragmentation, overload from multi-purpose devices. For example, our message to parents, especially from small kids, take smartphone because you can't control what your kids doing on smartphone. You think they play some kind of nice game, but really he go to TikTok and listen strange people with strange ideas, unwanted, harmful content, and additional big problem is myopia caused by smartphones. Especially interesting statistic from Asia. Small people put iPhone very near to his eyes, look at hours in one point, and as a result, myopia is quickly growing. But our device maybe it's not very healthy, but much healthier than iPhone. It's impossible to put near. You need to during the game you need to take a look from different sides. About gamification, my previous startup in language learning gamification sphere. I have a work about this published. Interesting things about tangible puzzles is tangible user interface, combine physical and digital play. You really play in real world, and you really move sectors. And it's mixed reality device. We start from 2x2 version. It's much easier than 3x3. It's because 3x3 is really complicated. We have few prototypes, but it's we can't be on reasonable price for retail. It's right now it's difficult. And now it's platform for multiple games and learning apps. Right now we have around 30 games in our store for ValCube, and we prepare to open our IPA and SDK and dev tool for third-party developers. Cognitive and educational benefits. Spatial reasoning, problem solving, sustained attention and focus, fine motor skill coordination. we've made few research, mostly very realistic research for business purpose, and most interesting research happened on, maybe you know, platform Reddit. We put on gadget community on Reddit question, what you look for this device, what your ideas of games, and it's really popular. We got around 20,000 comments. Combined voting with ideas what proposed community, and got around 120 ideas of different games. It's pretty interesting. Now we, you know, business idea. When you prepare one device for selling, one product for selling, we start working for next product. Our next product is the same device with AI edition. We add for one of my model is microphone and cameras, and read emotion from face, and it's like virtual pet who live on one of model and can explain what to do next, what your result, and everything. It's pretty interesting, but it's now on prototype stage. Interesting, we have, for example, application for chemistry. You can combine different molecules and atoms to build something new. Okay, this is conclusion. You can see device and me. I very often in Belgrade. My son living in Belgrade. Permanently, I live in the United States, in Florida State. That's all. Thank you.
Global citizen.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
I have free passports.
Are there any questions, perhaps?
How is business going? Is it good?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
We have one question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. This was very interesting, great idea and realization. My question as a parent, and I know the struggle with the screen and the eyes, do you consider maybe beside that size to have maybe bigger edition, maybe a bigger screen in future, not just one size of the cube, maybe several sizes?
Very good idea. First of all, we think our company named Cubios. We think about different form factors, not only Rubik's Cube. But next step, we think in opposite direction. We try to prepare small, much smaller, to put on your pocket, and it's like stylish device for young people to spin in your hands. But from program point of view, it's absolutely the same. All application working on small and bigger device. Right now we prepare small edition.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. And we will continue with our fourth paper to keep things on schedule. So our fourth paper has the title, The Impact of Gamification on the Motivation of Online Students. The authors are Marina Grubor, Miloš Stanović, Pavle Mitić, and Ana Veličković, all from the Faculty of Management from Belgrade Metropolitan University. Anja will present the paper. Anja, the floor is yours.
Thank you. afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. I am Anja Veličković, and I am from Belgrade Metropolitan University. I will be presenting our research on topic the impact of gamification on the motivation of online students. This study is being conducted at Belgrade Metropolitan University, and it explores how gamification, which is usually associated with entertainment and leisure, can be effectively applied in education, especially when it comes to online learning. These are the authors of our research. We can say that online learning offers flexibility and accessibility, but it also brings a serious challenge. That is that students need to be more involved and they have to maintain a high level of self-motivation. Many students have that challenge. So without the structure of traditional classroom, many of them focus on engagement over time, and universities like Belgrade Metropolitan University provide the digital platforms, online materials to motivate them to learn more. Like we have LAMS platform that is our intern platform at our university. And that's where gamification comes in by integrating elements like points, badges, leaderboards, and other. We can provide them and increase their motivation and their engagement, and even though satisfaction in learning. And our research question is, how does the application of gamification elements affect the motivation and engagement of online students at Belgrade Metropolitan University? This question is exactly the heart of this research because it drives objectives, methodology, and expected outcomes. And we can say that if we go deeper, gamification is application of game elements into learning. In education, it means that we translate familiar game elements into learning, like points, badges, leaderboards, challenges into the learning process. And these elements don't make learning as a game. They are here to motivate students to participate, to be more involved, and to have bigger motivation to be successful in their studies. So, in a broader context, we can say that modern e-learning emphasizes engagement and active participation. Students learn the best when they are more involved. This combines psychological motivators such as competition, achievement, and progress tracking, with, of course, a digital learning environment. But lack of this research is that we will implement it on Belgrade Metropolitan University, on our region, so it can be applied in whole Balkan, for example. And when we talk about our research problem, we can say that a specific problem is addressing the absence of systematic analysis of gamification effects so far, and our focus will be online students at Metropolitan University. We have key questions that we need to answer, and they are which elements have the strongest effect, does gamification increase engagement, and what are the challenges and limitations of this research. From scientific perspective, we can say that we will analyze a modern theoretical approach to gamification. Our second objective will be to examine the link between gamification elements and student motivation. The next one is to determine the role of gamification in strengthening motivation and to test hypotheses using empirical data. And from practical point of view, our objective is to identify the most effective gamification elements for motivation, to analyze the impact on participation and course attendance, to detect differences among students by gender, by programs, and by their year of study or prior experience, and to formulate a recommendation for improving online teaching. The main hypothesis of this research is the introduction of application of gamification elements in online teaching increases student motivation and engagement, resulting in better academic outcomes and greater student satisfaction. In this research, we will use a quantitative method. We have instrument that is our survey, which will be distributed by online via Google Forms platform, and the sample or our target audience are our online students, because on Belgrade Metropolitan University we have online students, and they will be 120, 150 of them, and our question types will be close-ended questions, open-ended questions, and a Likert scale. And when it comes to methodology, we will analyze data while different methods, and the methods are descriptive statistics via tests like t-test, ANOVA, and hit-quadrat text, and we will use correlation analysis. And of course, every research has some limitation. So our limits are that we will only focus on this, our university, and motivation can be measured through perception of our online students, but not their objective performance. And we will just pick the results from volunteers, not from all online students. And this is the table that shows us our research via phases, but we can just say now that we have 7 phases, and the first one is to define problem and to set goals. The second one is to formulate hypotheses that we already did. The third one is that we select instrument and method that we are using. Then we will construct instrument. We already did that. And our next step that we're working on is data collection, data analyze, and we will at the end give our professors recommendation how to implement gamification at our university. And like I just already said, the data collection is in progress, and we can say that one example of this survey is I feel motivated when I receive a badge from completing activities, and we can say that our expectations are that gamification will increase motivation and engagement of our online students, and that there will be possible differences between our students by gender, year of study, prior experience, and so on. And when it comes to discussion and implications, we can say that we have many potential benefits for our students. And the first one is higher student participation, which is really our challenge when we are working with online students. More regular course attendance via Zoom and Google Forms when we have consultations with them, and greater student satisfaction, which is must on our university, and we are really working on that file. And possible recommendation when the survey and this research ends are that we will introduce leaderboards, points, and other type of gamification in learning to our all professors in our all programs, and that we will adapt that methods to different student profiles. And our IMED team will working on that while they are working on our new platform iLearn. We can implement our gamification by that new platform. And to conclude, our problem on this research is motivation of online students and at Belgrade Metropolitan University. Our potential solution is gamification in online learning. Our next step is completing data and analyze them with our team, and our long-term goal is to increase motivation and satisfaction of online students at Belgrade Metropolitan University. And thank you for your attention, and do you have any questions?
Thank you so much, Janet. We have questions. Yes, Professor Donathan.
Well, it's very well to have such kind of project, because the motivation of our students is very important in all institutions, I think, because generally we have problems with motivated students, low motivation. But what is the impact of the game that you choose for your research? Because probably it depends on the game. I'm not expert in games at all, never used any game. But I suppose that the game has an influence on the results. One game can be successful, can be change the opinion of students, another one with the same student will make the opposite results. So how you can include the type of game, whether it's appropriate for certain category of students or not?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think that at first sight we can implement our METI game at our students, and we can analyze the results. So that will be one game for all our students. But when it comes to our different student profiles and programs that we have, the same game will not impact all students in the same way. For example, when we have Faculty of Information Technology, that can be games that will where students can be involved by programming some codes, and they can working on some games like quizzes on iLearn platform that can motivate them to go on a higher level and to go to the third level that we are all working on. But when it comes to Faculty of Management, for example, we can implement some studies that are short-term and quizzes on iLearn, for example, and we can probably motivate them to think digital and to apply that strategies on our iLearn platform. For example, we can discuss on them, but just because we have our new platform, we can test everything that we said today, so our students can be probably more involved in online learning because they have levels and they will be more motivated to achieve the goal to pass the exam.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Anya, thank you for a lovely presentation. You mentioned that you're collecting data, some tests, correlations, etc. Are you still in the phase of collection, or maybe you have some preliminary results just to tell us what did you collect so far and how students reacted on the questions that you asked them in the surveys about this whole idea. I suppose that they're positive about that, but so far what you collected?
We are working on that, but I can say from my perspective, I am working with potential students every day, and when they are interested in online learning, they always ask, can we talk with our professors and how online for consultations, and they are motivated to learn from digital platforms like Duolingo, from platforms that involve them to go to the next level. So I think that our LAMS platform has really good potential to increase possibilities for them with our METI mascot, for example, to motivate them to pass all the lectures, because when we do survey on our after every year, we can say that they are not working on their lectures all the time digital. So we have really big potential to give them a chance to have a bigger satisfaction when it comes to online learning on our iLearn or Today LAMS platform.
Sure. They need more digital interactions and feedbacks and excitement for getting to the new level. Great. Okay. Good luck with development of idea and realization. Thank you, Anya.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. In order to keep to the schedule, we'll end this presentation here, and we can discuss later during the lunch. We have one more presentation for today, for this session, and it will be an online presentation by, let me just check. The presentation start. So the final paper is entitled Photogrammetry in 3D Game Development Education, a case study of student learning, by Petar Page and Miloš Nikolić from the Faculty of Information Technology at Belgrade Metropolitan University, and Isidora Mitrovic from the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Architecture from the University of Niš. Hopefully they're here. Yes, Professor Page, can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Just a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen now.
Okay. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as Professor Nemanja already told, my name is Petar Page. I am a professor at Belgrade Metropolitan University, Faculty of Informational Technology, and today I will present you our paper, Photogrammetry in 3D Game Development Education, a case study of student learning. Beside me, authors are Miloš Nikolić and Isidora Mitrovic. So the main motivation behind our paper is that in last years we have more and more realistic games developed, and for them there is a really growing demand for photorealistic assets. To create these assets, we have photogrammetry as one of the methods, which is fast, accurate, scalable, and it's a really good alternative to manual modeling. At the same time, photogrammetry is also underexplored in the game development education, and all this lead to actually this paper. Our research goal was to assess pedagogical value of photogrammetry in game development courses, to document student-created models, tools, workflows, and to explore at the end, of course, their learning outcomes and engagement. If we check related work, we can see that in photogrammetry we have a lot of research in the area of archaeology, cultural heritage, landscape modeling, historical reconstructions, but there is a gap in the studies on game development education where we are and what we addressed. Regarding our methodology, we choose actually the course AD 185, creation of 3D video games, which is actually second semester of first year of game development studies at Faculty of Information Technology. We had 6 students involved in the course, and in this 15 weeks course, we choose 2 weeks, somewhere in the middle of semester, to do this experimental learning regarding use of photogrammetry in the process of creation realistic 3D models. The objective was to teach students actually to learn the image-based 3D reconstruction, to teach them how to convert real objects to game asset, and of course to understand full content pipeline. The workflow is presented on this photo. So we have first step where they collect 20 to 100 images of the object they want to create. Then we have second step where they process it using any software. Then we have third step where the created 3D model is cleaned, optimized, and final step is import in the Unity game environment where the final 3D game is actually created. So the tools they used, there is 2 group of tools. First one is mobile tools. They use Reality Scan and Polycam, the mobile applications, where basically the both applications use allow you to capture the images or video of real world object. Then this is basically uploaded to the cloud and processed, and as end result, you receive the preview of 3D model on your mobile phone, but also you can export it and use later on in Maya and Unity. These 2 programs applications are chosen because Reality Scan is completely free to use, and Polycam have free trial, which was enough for testing the whole pipeline. The second group of tools used here are desktop tools. We use Mushroom, which is open source, but it used the processing capability of the device of the computer where it's installed, and Reality Capture, which is Autodesk software and which can be again for free used by students using student license, but it is limited to 100 images. And again, it's used the Autodesk Cloud for processing images and creation of final 3D model. During whole process, students create document with data regarding whole process, like images, processing time, polygon count, file size, texture quality, post-processing need manually to be done with Maya. And we have as important part the pre and post questionnaire for learning evaluation.
The final results show that, like in the question which is done before we start with photogrammetry, with anything, 2 of 6 students heard only for photogrammetry. They did the self-assessment regarding the knowledge in this topic, and they have a 1.88 from 5 mark, and their expectation was that this is too technical, that photogrammetry require professional equipment, and that it's complex to be done. But after only 2 weeks of working on this, which is actually 180 minutes of lectures, practical work with students, and one homework, the feedback was that they give a mark on self-assessment regarding the knowledge of photogrammetry is now 4 from 5. All students rated experience as valuable or very valuable, and 5 of 6 of them said that they will use photogrammetry in their future work. And the quotes are interesting, that some of them said that this is amazing to see how a real object look real in Unity as end result, and that they want to try to scan with this the larger area and use it in their games. Of course, there was quite a few challenges in whole process. The like there is limitations regarding the softwares we use and the requirements which need to be followed. There was a problem to ensure this full photo coverage, because often we had that some of the photos couldn't be related to previous photos, so there wasn't usable, which and with 3D models which are not good, not usable. We had a problem with lighting and reflections, and especially uh, in front of university building, where we had sunlight and shadows. And of course, we had challenges with processing time and hardware limits, especially with desktop applications. End results and 3D models can be seen here. The first 3D models are actually the photos are captured inside the university building in Niš, with more controlled lights and reflections and shadows. So we have better result there. The fourth and fifth objects have transparent part. This have glass part, which is completely non-visible in final 3D model. On last we have the transparent windshield, which is again couldn't be reconstructed with photogrammetry. And of course, the fifth was like perfect use case of object which you can use to create 3D model. Final results regarding the photos they took, software used, triangles of final model, size of final model, time is presented here, also with name of students that was involved in the processing in the whole study. At the end, we had result that we had 3D models with 8,000 to more than 1 million triangles. The file size was from 1.4 megabytes to more than 100 megabytes. The processing time was from 12 minutes to 254 minutes for some desktop processing applications, and all this was actually dependent on that do students used mobile applications, where the result was more low poly, quicker done models, or desktop application where we had high detail 3D models with, of course, longer processing time. In conclusion, we noticed that this have huge educational value, because with in short period of time we managed to achieve rapid skill development and confidence to use this methodology between the students. There was, of course, the trade-offs which they learn there exist between realism and efficiency of 3D model creation. The engagement of student was really amazing. It was interesting also for us because we skipped traditional classroom education where I present something in front of PowerPoint presentation. We had actually short presentation, like 10 minutes of talk, and planning what we're gonna do, and then the rest of class was done actually walking around university building and in front and taking photos and scanning the things. So it was really creative for students and motivating for them to try and to use. And at the end, actually, each of them make at least 5 different models because they on the way try a bunch of different things and learn on this try and error process. In conclusion, definitely photogrammetry is effective addition to 3D game curricula in this subject. With this, we show that we can really quickly boost technical skills and student motivation. This prepares students for real-world workflows which can expect to have in their future work. And of course, there is limitation which we notice and reviewers. This was small cohort and the duration maybe was small, but it show results. That's why in our future studies we want to do this again, but with more participants. And we want to expand the real world scanning to bigger environment scanning to be used also in video games. And at the end, we already start testing, and it's going to be interesting to show in some of our next papers how it's comparing the AI 3D model creation from single photo versus the photogrammetry method, which is shown in this paper. So that will be all for this presentation. Thank you for your attention and feel free to ask questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Page. Are there any questions from the audience? Then I have a question. This is the pictures that, I mean, the models that you got were combined from several tens of pictures that you got. How does it compare? You said you will compare it to AI tools from a single image, but have you tried comparing it to a 3D scanner or something? I know these devices are very expensive, but when it comes to, well, scanning real-world documents into a 3D environment, into a virtual environment, I'm guessing 5 out of 6 people will say, do we have a 3D scanner or something else? So have you thought in this direction?
3D scanners are kind of different angle and topic, and like professional grade 3D scanners are much more precise but expensive. The interesting is that if you use, and one of student was using the Polycam, this is mobile application software. If you use it on iPhone, the newest version of iPhone, you actually in same time have photogrammetry, but you have also 3D scanner because the newer iPhones have integrated this LiDAR inside of them, and with them they're actually in same time doing 3D scanning and photogrammetry. So we did this, but we didn't put special attention on this. It can be interesting to compare this, but we was more tending to do something what we can do without any additional professional tools with students. Like everyone have smartphone in their pocket, and we use that to take photos and import in desktop programs for photogrammetry or to process directly with mobile applications.
Thank you so much. That was actually my follow-up question for the LiDAR, because we see that a lot of new phones, flagship phones, especially have those tools, and apps are popping up at the advertisements to measure your own
rooms when the repairman comes. So yes, thank you one more time. Are there any questions from the audience? Well, if not, thank you again, Professor Page. And with this, we will conclude the first session. We are not so much behind schedule, maybe 10 minutes or so. And I would like to invite everybody for a short break where some refreshments are served at our hall. Thank you again.
The conference. And the first lecture for today will be the illustration of understanding digital empathy and emotional mimicry in AI-driven education by Tamara Vucenovic, Faculty of Management, Belgrade Metropolitan University, and Maria Maksimovic, Faculty of Foreign Languages, Belgrade Metropolitan University. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So it's a great honor really to be here and to participate in this conference. I will really briefly present our result. As my colleague said, this is the title of our work, of our paper, The Illusion of Understanding, Digital Empathy and Emotional Mimicry in AI-Driven Education. So I will briefly go through just a few slides to share some facts with you, but I think you already know that. But anyway, I will briefly present the context. We are living in a world where we can say that Google knows us better than we know ourselves. So the growth of emotional mimicry and reliance on algorithmic tutors, these are the facts. Emerging phenomenon of digital dementia, you probably know what does this mean. It's a cognitive decline due to delegation thought process to technology, or I would say not only thought processes, but many processes that belong to us, to human beings. Co-creating an unbreakable bond with smart tutors. And then at the last slide, you will see that this dilemma that we have today when we are discussing about artificial intelligence, will artificial intelligence replace us in the future? This is not a new dilemma, because scientists discussed this dilemma almost 80 years ago. So these are also the facts, because we are talking about university and digital natives, rapid artificial integration in education. When we say digital natives, it's post-80s generation. Despite tech fluency, reliance can lead to lower emotional literacy, and I would say lower digital literacy as well. Surface interactions, weaker empathy, and emotional depth. I don't know if you know, if you are familiar with the fact that in America, young people between 18, 19, and 25, almost 60% said that they talk about their mental problems with chatbots, with artificial intelligence. And when they ask them why, they simply say it's because artificial intelligence listens to us without interruption and without judgment. And artificial intelligence has patience for us. So we will see the results from here, from Serbia, from with our students. We talked with our students, so I will share these results with you at the end. We are talking here, of course, with vulnerable groups, those with lower emotional and digital literacy. We often call them digital migrants. So what are the main risks and challenges? It's a lack of skills to distinguish simulated empathy from real empathy. So when artificial intelligence said to someone, okay, I love you, I understand you, or something like that, it's of course, it's not real empathy, it's simulated empathy. Consequences are errors and illusions of understanding and reduced resistance to emotional manipulation. And of course, and always, maybe at the first place, emotional and ethical concerns, emotional manipulation by artificial intelligence. The empathy gap and ethical issues, as you can see at this slide, artificial intelligence of course can seem empathetic, but has no real feelings. But you know, it's not so easy not to say thank you when artificial intelligence prepare a good paper for our students. So they are so happy and they say, "Oh, thank you so much." But my colleague used to say, it's like you say to your refrigerator, "Thank you so much." It's almost the same. Perception of artificial intelligence and friends, partners, of course, raises concerns. And we already have many works that raises that concerns. Relationships, one-sided, of course, and inauthentics, and risk reduced human interaction and reduced understanding of real emotions, as I already said. Key question is not new. It's an old one. As I said, can machine go beyond these limitations, and can machine pretend to talk and to look like a human? It's not a question anymore. But can machines go beyond this imitation, and can they be teachers like we are in the real world? Is this a possibility of true emotional intelligence? If not, transparency, of course, is essential. Users need to understand how to communicate with algorithms, and I would add here that users had to know how algorithms are working and what's behind their. Avoid emotional manipulation as well. When I said vulnerability of youth, it's an emotional insensitivity plus digital credulity. Trusting algorithm is, we have then high vulnerability. Empathy among algorithms, one-way imitative process that's clear, and dangerous obstacle to youth development if not addressed in this moment or in the future. What's next? Implication of emotional mimicry in AI tutor. Inherent tendency for spontaneous imitation of feelings, which strengthens empathy and trust. We can see every day that, and when I talk to our students, and you will see our result, this is really the fact that spontaneous imitation of feelings really strengthens the empathy, and I think that's a kind of danger if you not approach to this problem in a proper way. Studies show people react similarly to humans and machines. The students sometimes said that AI understands them better than their family members. Response to kind voice, of course, messages indicate anthropomorphizing. So when you talk to them very kindly, then it seems like they talk to a human being. Children and teenagers often see digital characters as quasi-friends, and sometimes confusing simulation with real empathy. What are the social signals when we are talking about artificial intelligence? Human brain reacts to believable social signals for tone and caring words, and artificial intelligence is, I may say, very sophisticated and even more sophisticated every day. Whether from humans or AI. Digital assistants responding with "I understand" and can provide comfort despite lacking real feelings. So we are also talking about digital amnesia and cognitive dependence. What's a Google effect? That's you're not trying to remember everything anymore because Google is so near, and you will say, okay, I will ask Google, I will check that on Google. So that's I think that's a normal habit for most of us. But Google Effect reduces the ability to remember information permanently due to, of course, easy access. AI tutors facilitate routine cognitive load, but may lead to dependence, decreasing critical thinking skills. Digital dementia and brain changes. Overuse of digital devices causes what they call digital dementia, memory and focus impairments, and similar to some kind of aging symptoms when you cannot remember many things anymore. Chronic exposure to screens impacts brain structure and function, increasing emotional and cognitive disorders in youth. The brain, of course, adapts to fast digital stimuli by becoming, of course, lazy in memory and concentration. And that's completely normal, because if we take artificial intelligence and give her our tasks, then it's completely normal that we will one day forget how to do our tasks. Children trust and risk. Children are highly vulnerable. They often trust chatbots with their feelings despite lack of true empathy. And what's paradox, AI sometimes rated as more empathetic than humans, blurring the line between simulation and reality, as I already said. So let's go to our result. This was a long introduction. I'm so sorry for that. The research was, as you can see on this slide, conducted in September this year. The sample consisted of 60 students, mainly from our faculty, but various study programs, aged between 20 and 25. All respondents had previous experience with AI agents, and I had this summer, I had a workshop with students, pupils from a high school. They were, I think, 50 of them in one group, and when I asked them at the first class, do you use artificial intelligence, they all say yes. So that's not a question anymore. All respondents, of course, had previous experience with AI tools, and most often with ChatGPT. The questionnaire combined closed and open questions, and I will share the key findings with you. Frequency of AI use: almost half of our students use AI daily, 30% occasionally, and only 7 never use it. That information was very interesting for me. Experiencing AI empathy, more than half, 55, rate AI messages as mechanical and without impact. That's good news. Okay, they understand the context. While 35% admit that they still like them and find them potentially motivating. So next key findings were comparison with the lecturers, with teachers, with us. Almost 60% of students stated that at least sometimes the AI seemed more pleasant and understandable to them than teachers. Only 27 say they have never felt it. Okay, maybe that's a good news. Trust in AI statements of understanding, almost half, partly believe phrases like, I understand that it is difficult for you, but a third do not believe them at all, while only a small number perceive them as sincere. Digital emotional literacy, almost 70% of students think that education about emotional literacy should be introduced. That was also very, very interesting and very important for us. About emotional literacy should be introduced in the digital environment, while 22 remain undecided. 8% think that it is not necessary. In the open answers, it was suggested that this topic should be included at least in a few lessons, and that the lecturers should first develop these competencies themselves. Paradox of AI empathy. Students, and I think this is maybe the most important, students recognize the paradox. AI is seen as approachable and patient, yet they distinguish program kindness from real human empathy. This dual awareness indicates an intuitive digital emotional literacy, enjoying AI benefits without fully trusting its empathy. I think that's also good news. The concept of a filter bubble limits exposure to diverse perspectives. We know that from previous research, further hindering empathy and critical thinking. Students are aware that AI reduces cognitive effort. They said so in our research, but also pose the risk of passivation, making it easier to ask questions than think independently. This kind of trade-off reflects broader phenomena of cognitive unloading and declining motivation for deeper thought, unfortunately. Significance of digital and social emotional literacy. Even skeptics now acknowledge the value of learning about AI empathy, framing digital literacy as including social and emotional skills. And this signals pressing need for education system to incorporate emotional dimensions into digital literacy training. And I would add here digital literacy also and as well. Personal insights and attitudes, student responses reveal personal experiences and dilemmas and perceptions of AI learning, not just as a tool, but as an influential phenomenon. They perceive AI, as you can see in this slide, as a factor that changes habits, expectations, and ways of thinking. And that's also very important. They understand how AI can be powerful if they don't use it in a proper way, highlighting its impact beyond functionality. How often do they use ChatGPT? That was the question you see here. Almost half of them say frequently and almost daily. 30% say occasionally, 2 or 3 times per week. And what's interesting, as I said, 6.67% say never. It seems friendlier, that was a question. Has it ever happened to you that AI seems friendlier or easier to understand than some people in educational system and context, like professor or your colleagues? And 56.7 said yes, 26.7 said no, and 16.7 said I cannot assess. What about education? We have also a question. In your opinion, should education also include development of emotional literacy? So this is the answer as I already shared with you. Almost 70% of our students say that they think that emotional literacy should be included in the process, education process. Key findings from our research, so let's summarize briefly at the end. Students recognize both strengths and weaknesses of AI in learning. AI accelerates progress through curricula, but often leads to shortcuts and reduced effort, which is not good. Paradoxically, many perceive chatbots' empathy as more pleasant than human, despite knowing it's an algorithmic illusion. The double-edged nature, maybe this is the most important, of trust and doubt. This dual awareness creates an opportunity for education, develop digital emotional literacy, and teach how to use AI without losing critical thinking, which is not an easy job. Ongoing research and practice are vital for, of course, to preserve core human skills like empathy, like creativity, like critical thinking, and which no algorithm can fully replace. Risk of neglecting human skills, and I think this is the last slide. Neglecting these skills risks creating a digital dementia, as I already said, where rapid answers weaken memory, attention, and critical thinking. The algorithmic filter bubble diminishes emotional expression and empathy, and closed environment obstruct the development of independent thinking. let's talk just briefly about the role of education. Education should not become, of course, a uniform environment of AI pioneers, but a space for a free choice and I would say critical thinking. The difficulty of the paths build authenticity over simplification, risk turning us into figures in someone else's game of technological progress. Emphasizing human skills ensures we remain active, meaningful participants rather than passive consumers. So this is the slide I promised you. This is the last one I promised you at the beginning. This is Alan Turing. You know, I guess, who is Alan Turing, of course. It's in the middle of the last century, and I will read this at the end because I cannot see the letters here. I will read it from my phone. Just give me a second. That's why I said it's not so new. Okay. The title of the text is Intelligent Machinery, and Alan Turing says this: I propose to investigate the question as to whether it is possible for machinery to show intelligent behavior. It is usually assumed, without argument, that it is not possible. So we are dealing with the same question after many years. So I think we have a lot of research to do in the future regarding this subject, and that was, in short, our research. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tamara, for the nice lectures and for opening this topic. So, do you have any questions for? Okay.
Do you think future AI models should incorporate challenging the users' questions at them than replying more passively?
In what way challenging?
Because AI currently responds very passively to whatever question you ask. It has like a centrist point of view. Do you think future models should challenge the users' beliefs? Saying, to promote critical thinking?
That's a very good question. When we are talking about AI and when we are talking about their answers, maybe you noticed that in the last few months it somehow disappeared, the sentence, this is a AI, this is a chatbot, don't trust him, I'm not sure that I'm talking to you, that I'm sharing facts with you. Please check the information that I share with you. But what I think that should be done belongs to the law. I think that law should be taking a question into account about AI, and I think that our role should be respected. The human role should be respected, and I'm not sure that this is a good solution. What you suggest, I'm not sure really, because with AI we don't know so many things about AI. Because I think that they develop AI far away from us, and I think that's a dangerous thing from my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Okay. Thank you for a nice presentation and very interesting topic. And my question is, after all this research, and do you have maybe some approach or something in mind
how to help to young people with that critical thinking. And I know it should be started from the kindergarten, etc. But now when we deal with students, maybe, and we missed that part, they come here at the university as almost adults, but they're still young. What could be the way, maybe some best approach to help them to develop this critical thinking and to know to use these tools?
Yes, that's also very, very good question. My first solution, my first suggestion would be to show them how algorithm works, to show them how algorithm can change their opinions. We saw that years ago in the United States and in Great Britain also. But algorithm influences their opinions, their thoughts, their wishes. I'm almost sure that they are not aware of that fact. And sometimes when I say to my students, okay, you have a very, 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 very good book, Shoshana Zuboff. In Serbian we say Doba nadzornog kapitalizma. I'm not sure what's the title of the book in English, but she says what I said at the beginning. Google knows you better, and sometimes our students, they are giving so many data to algorithms and to Google, and I question them. I ask them, for example, at the first class, I asked them, do you know what is sharenting? Do you know what is sharenting? Sharenting is parents that are sharing a lot of pictures of their children without asking. And then I asked them, do you know what sharenting is? Okay, but what can AI or algorithm do with my photos? And then I showed them the example. Very bad example. Sometimes I'm frightening my students, I admit, but that's the easiest way. Then they say, oh, okay, now we understand. Or I share with them some information like, for example, in Australia, you have a company, they both many data from, I don't know, Facebook or any other social media, and based on their data, they offer to young people when they are vulnerable, in May, or when they broke up with their girlfriend or boyfriend, then they offer them a nice new jacket, or you can go somewhere for 2 days to take a break. And so that's really, it's so many manipulation on the internet. And good examples when they have to understand that they are in the same position. It's not that happened to someone else, that happened to them as well. And that's the starting point. And then they then start to listen to them.
A good way of thinking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to add that maybe faculty level is too late for learn that. Okay, never is too late, but maybe they should know it earlier, because I think that almost in elementary school they start use it. Thank you one more time, Tanya.
Actually has a program for critical thinking. They implement it in every class, so it's not a singular class. So you have like a section on history, you have a section in like IT studies, something like that, where you look at certain sections, because critical thinking isn't one skill. That's the thing.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Okay, our next topic. Actually, the next title is Monetization of a Multi-Sided Innovative Platform, a case study of the STEADY project. The authors are Sanja Dalton, Faculty of Management, Belgrade Metropolitan University, and Jeff Rogino, Faculty of Information Technologies, Belgrade Metropolitan University. Sanja, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this is mine, and I think that my colleague will join us
by Zoom.
Thank you. This one, yeah.
To je on i recurrent, da.
Ide na schedule ili na...
Ja kažem da ide na schedule, da.
Već sam išao da napravim.
Dobro si, dobro si. No, možda ostalo. Imam zabeleženo. Mislim, imam zabeleženo na browseru.
Nema nekih istorija, nešto da poučite?
Nema. Pa ja to gledam.
Ali je nekom utjecaj.
Ali se možda nekom... Ovo je events.
Kako ide?
Events at Metropolitan.
Već ti poslije.
Možete vi da mu pošaljete opičan link na mail? To je page.
Da, ali kako znam, oni su isti link za sve.
Pa jeste. Samo da pošaljete na mail.
Sign in to start. Naravno ti tri ponavljam svima svakako.
Copy-paste.
Nema ga.
Ali nije konti.
On je sljedeći.
Da.
A on se sad nakači.
Sad treba samo on da se nakači.
Da, samo da se nakači. Evo, kasnimo. Da nije možda, ne znam, trebalo ranije da bude, nije izašao neko ili...
Ne, nego njoj...
Nije, nego samo ljudi stoje, čekaju.
Evo, da, ok.
Ja to činim.
Ok.
Se mogu da vratim prezentaciju.
A treba će da se deli ekran ili nešto? Jel treba se uključiti ili sam prosto želi da isprati?
Pa ne znam kako...
Stavila sam ja da može da se onda.
Da,
ok.
Okay.
You can start.
Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to greet the organizers and all the participants here today. So, let me see, this is still working. Yes. You have to wait because we still have a wrong person being on the
Professor Contis, do you hear us? Mi smo mutirani, čuje.
Kako može čuje?
Mi smo mutirani.
On će početi, da.
Da, možda malo kasnije mi se tako čuje. Professor Conti, do you hear us?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Okay, we are sorry we are a little bit in late, so please be patient.
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, however, we continue, so maybe the colleague is busy, so cannot join us. Anyway, I have to put this down. I obviously have some technical problems, if you can help me. So, first of all, I have Zoom it's open, and also the problem is, I don't know, it's blocked, cannot change the slides. Pazi što ja pričam na engleskom. Nema veze.
Ono neće trati sezonu.
Pa, mislim...
Ok, ostavit ćemo.
Samo nekako smanjite, ili...
Stavi,
zato što ne znam da li ja sad imam problem da...
Ne, samo space.
Samo ovdje, jel tako? Again, thank you for the introduction, and I would like to greet everyone, especially all the organizers and all participants today. So the topic of our presentation today concerns the analysis of a project related to an e-learning multi-sided platform. But our analysis is focused on the business financial aspect of the platform. So as far as I could follow the conference these days, I have noticed that we have been discussing AI from, let's say, IT and pedagogical perspective, but we moved a step, I wouldn't say forward, but a step aside, and we analyzed the financial aspect of a platform. So we focused on analyzing monetization of launching a project. When I say project, I say it because our findings are based on a real empirical data and on a real project, so which means that we use the real data to convey our research. So we set up a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is as follows. The hypothesis is that some specific business models of the platform combined with IaaS infrastructure would definitely contribute to better monetization, and it would justify the investment. It will make the investment sustainable, if I can say. As I said, we use a real project and real data, empirical data for our research. And the project we researched was about launching an innovative platform which enables personalized lessons, exchange of teaching and educational materials like scripts, textbooks, etc., and sharing of educational materials, also personalized consultations, personalized courses based on professions, technical and IT courses, especially for the people who are already employed and who are seeking for some professional upskilling, which means that their preference was the B2B model for professional upskilling. So that was one of the main elements of this project. Besides, the key elements of the project that we used for our research were as follows. Infrastructure as a service, IaaS, multi-sided platform, MSP, platform models like freemium microtransaction, B2B model, etc. But we made research, further research to see the preference of the users regarding the business models of the platform, which we are going to see later during the presentation. Also, according to the project that we used, the question is how IAS works in the project. So it's supposed to be based on the virtualization. IAS providers use virtualization to deliver scalable computing resources like virtual machines, VMs over the internet, as well as on-demand access. Users can access and configure these resources through a dashboard or programmatic interface as needed. Pay as you go. You only pay for the resources you use, making it a cost-effective solution. And then who manages what according to these projects? So IAS provider manages the underlying physical infrastructure like servers, storage, networking, hardware. Then user who is responsible for installing and managing the operating system, middleware, applications, and data running on their virtualized infrastructure. And then the key benefit of the project that we use for our research encompass as follows: scalability, first of all, easily scaled computing resources up or down to meet changing demands, as well as cost saving, avoids the high capital expenditure of purchasing and maintaining physical hardware, and flexibility, choose the operating systems, middleware, and applications that best suit user needs. As I said, the project that we used for our research was based on the multi-sided platforms, and the part of it was to facilitate interactions between two or more distinct but interdependent groups of customers, to create value by enabling direct interactions and exchanges between these groups, benefiting all participants, with the key components that are well known, like participant groups, network effects, intermediation, value proposition, revenue model, etc. So also, in order to convey our research, we researched the project where we got the real data, and the emphasis was on some models and strategies like freemium, then like B2B model, and according to all of these, as I said, that we use real projects, real data. For our research, we decided to set up a hypothesis which says that certain business models of the platform combined with IaaS will definitely reduce costs, will definitely contribute to justification, and will contribute to sustainability of these investments. So according to this, we decided to convey a research, a semi-structured interview questionnaire for the potential users, because according to these projects, the potential users, since it is a multi-sided platform, the potential users are various students from various universities, various high school students, and various professionals as well from various companies, in order to get some professional additional trainings and so on and so forth. We decided to conduct a research in order to find out their preferences regarding the business models of digital products and services on the platform, as well as to find out their preferences about the content on the platform, in order to make a research and in order to test our hypothesis. So, of course, we used purposive sampling method, obviously. So as I said, we engaged 220 respondents that are potential users according to this project, because I always emphasize we use the real project for our research. And out of which 115 university students from various faculties, 66 high school students from different secondary schools, and 39 employed individuals from various organizations who are in need of professional upskilling. And according to our research, our interview, we found out that regarding the high school students, their preference is definitely, when it comes to the content of the platform, individual lessons, textbooks, exchange, etc. Then regarding the university students, their preference regarding the content of on the platform would definitely be sharing of educational materials, summaries, outlines, exchange of educational materials like study notes, personalized consultations, individual lessons, and so on and so forth. And regarding the employees and professionals who would be the user of this platform, who would use the platform for their professional upskilling, they prefer content related to personalized courses based on profession and technical and IT courses. And then regarding the strategies in terms of business model platforms, high school students and university students' preference would be premium subscription or microtransaction, while the preference of the employees and professionals is obviously B2B model, which is a reasonable wise the B2B model, because they usually obviously want to link to some other company in order to exchange experience, skills, knowledge, training, and so on and so forth. So, according to this, we also projected financial analysis, and we projected initial investments and also like capital expenditure and operational expenses like operational expenditures. So regarding the initial investment, it would be 2,750,000 RCD, Serbian dinars, as they would say. Regarding the operational expenses, it would be about 5,004,100,000, and then we also projected the revenue of 6,400,000 and also estimated net profit of 1,072,000. So, according to these projected values, financial analysis values, we further projected ratio analysis. We calculated some main indicators and values like efficiency ratio, accumulation rate, payback period, PVP, and return on investment, ROI, in order to find out, because these would be the main indicators whether this platform, the launching of this project, of this platform would be profitable or not, simply to say. So our results are as follows. So we got efficiency ratio that is ratio between achieved results, effects, and resources spent is greater than 1. This means the platform is economical, generating around 11 RCDs in revenue for every RCD spent. Then accumulation rate, it means what is the percentage, the portion of our profit that we reinvest into further development of the platform. So obviously, according to our calculations, the accumulation rate amounts to 4.7%, which means that 47% of the generated profit is reinvested into further development of this platform. Then, regarding the payback period, PVP, we found out that it's observed as 2.57 years, which means that it takes 2.57 years to cover all the expenses, all the investments, initial investments. And last but not least, which is the most important, obviously, the return on investment, ROI, indicates profitability of the investment is positive at 39%, which is the main indicator of our ratio analysis, which means that is the ratio between net profit and the initial investment. So it means that we get 39% investment back during the first year, which is almost excellent. So we also went a step further with our research, and we wanted to find out whether the number of the users would increase over time. So according to the research data, projection indicate that the number of users will increase by 50% after first year and by 100% each subsequent year thereafter. That automatically means that ROI will increase proportionally, and therefore the accumulation rate, actually the portion of the profit that we reinvest into the further development in order to buy some new resources, infrastructure, or whatever, will increase proportionally every year. The reason for this, let's say, scalability, I would say, is definitely IaaS, that stands from scalability as the main characteristics of this type of platform. As the number of users increases, the total revenue grows as well. So, what is our conclusion? As I said at the beginning, we used real data from a real project in order to find out, according to the interview we conducted among the respondents, among the potential users, about their preferences regarding the business models on the platform and regarding the content they would like to have on the platform. And according to our research and according to our interview, we projected financial ratio in order to find out whether this launching of this project, actually this platform, in this case platform, would be sustainable and justified financially. And obviously, according to main financial indicators that I have just presented, launching of this platform is absolutely financially justified, sustainable. And I just wanted to say that usually, as I said, I would repeat again, we have focused and we have discussed a lot about some pedagogical and IT aspects of the platforms, but we really decided to do something a little bit different and to present financial analysis of launching platform commercialization on the market, let's say. So that's it from us. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Sanja, for the nice presentation.
I was trying to be as fast as possible because I know this is not very interesting. This is quite boring.
Thank you.
You know, the numbers and financial indicators, I'm aware of that. That's why I was trying to point on the main aspects of this presentation, but I hope that I managed to convey the real essence of the research. Okay, I hope
yes, thank you so much. Thank you for your honest, and
yes.
Thank you for showing us some different perspectives.
Yeah, it was something regarding the commercialization. We have been talking a lot about platforms, about the content on the platforms, AI, and so on and so forth. But I think that this financial aspect is pretty important as well. I mean, so I hope that we didn't went aside too much, but I think that was the point. Thank you very much for your attention again.
Thank you. Nemanja, I have a question.
Yes, a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you again for the lovely presentation. As you said, it's a different perspective on the other things that we've been discussing so far. My question is about, you said you had the questionnaire for the high school students and the university students on the type of platform. And you said one of them chose, I think it was microtransaction, the other chose some kind of
freemium.
Freemium, yes, and older persons chose the B2B model. My question is about the differences between, well, freemium and the microtransactions. Both of them have to offer something, and then they can purchase more things if they want. So, in your opinion, what would be the better of the two for this type of platform?
I think definitely microtransaction.
Okay.
Because freemium sounds like for free, at the beginning, but actually it's not like that. And also it's got some limitations, like you have to do a lot in order to become a loyal user to get some I don't know, some special prize or something, while subscription, microtransaction is that. Yes, you have to pay something from the very start, but on the other side, you get much more regarding the access, and we're talking about access. So, because this platform is not only for reading the material, but it's from the interaction, because that's why it's multi-sided platform, because it gathers different schools, different university professors, different I don't know, different organizations that deliver some professional training to the professionals who want to upskill, yeah. So therefore, in order to get some more out of the content, it's better to get microtransaction, because if you get freemium, you can just read the material. You cannot interact on the platform. That's the point. So that was definitely my first impression during the research, but also regarding the people who are employed. They definitely want to interact with another companies that specialize in delivering some special training courses, IT, especially IT courses. So B2B model is definitely favored. So that's from our research from the empirical data.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, is that it?
So, thank you.
Thank you a
one
lot.
more time.
I'm really sorry that the colleague couldn't join us, because he would probably give some more technical information, but okay, next time.
Next time, thank you. Okay, our next lecture will be online. Okay, our next lecture is remote project management in the metaverse using VIM and extended reality. So authors are Professor Vishak Dud, VLab Ltd, the Vehicle UK, Prasanna Bandara, Tricolor Technical Services UK, Professor Haralampos Saros, I'm sorry because of my pronunciation, from Decide University, also UK, and Azar Nalakat, VLab UK, and Professor Vladimir Vukovic, Faculty of Information Technologies, Belgrade Metropolitan University. So, as I saw, Azar will speak. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
I'm sorry because of my pronunciation. One more time.
No, that's correct. Azhar Nalagat, yeah.
Okay. Will you share the screen?
Okay, I'll send a request.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Can you see the screen?
No. Yes. Oh, now yes. Okay.
Perfect.
The screen is yours. You can start.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you so much for having us, and it's a great honor to be here today. So my name is Azhar Nalagat, and I'll be sharing our work titled Remote Project Management in the Metaverse using BIM and Extended Reality. So I'm here representing my co-authors. Together, we have been exploring how BIM and Extended Reality, or XR, can support remote project management and also open up new possibilities for education and training in digital environments. So before I go into the results of study, I'll just give you a short introduction about who we are. So WeLab is a smart engineering, technology, and energy consultancy based in Redcar in the northeast of England. We were established in 2020 with a clear vision of the idea was to like commercialize academic research. Since then, we have grown rapidly and built expertise across a wide range of areas. Now, over the years, we have had the privilege of collaborating with a number of organizations and universities across the world. And that has helped us deliver innovative projects combining academic research and real application. So for today, as I'll be talking about the application of VR in remote project management, remote learning and training, I just want to highlight two of our Innovate UK funded projects, SafeSite and SafeExtend, where we're working on combining artificial intelligence and VR for training workers in offshore and construction industry respectively. So let's start by giving a bit of context to this research and where the construction industry finds itself today. So speaking globally, construction is huge. Like it employs 7% of world's working age population, and that makes it one of the biggest sectors of economy. And that's the same case in Serbia as well. For example, the construction sector in Serbia employs around 186,000 people. That's about 8% of total employment. And so it's a really important part of each economy of each and every country. But despite that size, the industry has been very slow to innovate. Well, we have other industries like manufacturing, finance, healthcare. So all of those have gone through like a full-scale digital transformation, but construction still lags behind. So then when the COVID-19 came, we all know that the way we work has completely changed. So like all the other teams, construction team also had to move to remote and hybrid work. All the stakeholders like project managers, engineers, architects, all of them had to suddenly collaborate, move to through entirely digital channels. I could say in some ways this worked really well. Like projects have been continued, tasks were delivered. Teams showed that they could adapt. But this also revealed a huge gap. Collaborations, even today, even now, relies mostly on emails, online meetings, and video calls. Well, yes, these tools are great. It keep people connected, but they can't like replicate that richness, that feel you get when you have a face-to-face interaction. For example, for now, I'm talking to you all through Zoom call, but it's not quite the same as in-person energy that you might have gotten with the amazing presentations earlier today and yesterday. So this is where immersive technologies come in, like extended reality or XR, as explained by our keynote speaker yesterday in the session, Educational XR. So XR combines virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. So these tools give team a chance to step into that shared digital space, communicate with each other, interact with models, or do all of this as if they were physically present. Now, that brings us to the big question behind our work. Can a persistent, immersive, collaborative digital space, can this be used to manage construction projects remotely? Or can it allow teams to review designs, resolve conflicts, and coordinate in real time, no matter where they are? And even more importantly, can these tools help people learn in a much more effective way? So these questions become the foundation of our research, and it's what we'll be exploring within this presentation. So in our research, we looked at 2 case studies to see how BIM and XR could actually support remote collaboration. So the first one, what you see here is the Student Life building at Teesside University in the UK. It's a very modern building. I could say it looks nice. It has a big glass facade, and it has all the nice things and complex things to make it a really good candidate for the immersive collaboration test. Now, for us, we didn't actually have access to the original BIM file. So what we did was build a replica in Autodesk Revit using plans, photographs, and measurements that were available. And then we developed the model, optimized it for VR, and put it in a VR headset. Now, the second case was very different because since we had the option to run any BIM model through platform, we also used a 3D model of a cricket stadium. Now, for the collaboration framework, for this part of the research, as you can see, we needed a way to actually bring people together, to sit down, look at the models, collaborate, and do all the stuff, even though everyone is in different places. For this, we used VR headsets along with virtual reality workroom. So workrooms is basically a virtual meeting space. You will see more of that in the coming slides. So in our framework, you are in a shared VR boardroom. You will have sitting people around you. Now, not everyone has to be in VR. Some people join with VR headsets, while others connected to laptops and tablets. So inside the workroom, we could do things like model analysis, have discussion about things, do progress check, do presentations, anything that you want. And you have tools like a whiteboard, hand gestures. You could just point things out, do something quickly. And interestingly, we also have spatial audio. So when someone's avatar is sitting next to you, which we will also see in the next slide, the voice actually came from that direction. So these are small things, but it actually make conversation like feel more natural. So the framework was really about creating a shared virtual boardroom, a place where like people can meet, review the model, collaborate, and do all this stuff, even though they weren't physically in the same place. Now, here we can see the workroom we used. So we set this up as a simulated project management meeting. Like we have a project manager, an architect, engineer, a client, everyone in the same room together. Some participants, as I mentioned earlier, joined using Metacos headsets. Others were connected through laptops or tablets. So that's what you see here. These people join through laptops, while the avatars you see here on the screen represent those who join in VR. So, and also these avatars are actually customizable, so they can be made to resemble the person's appearance. And that kind of helps you with a bit of recognition and feeling the presence of the person inside the meeting room. Now, one of the key features in the Horizon workroom is the ability to share your model. So in the screen, you can see that we have loaded the BIM model directly onto the screen. That means everyone in the session, like whether they're in the VR or just using a laptop, so everyone could see the same model at the same time. Now, the project manager could like spin the model around, zoom in on some detail, highlight some specific areas or something like that. So all these, what we felt was for us, it kept the discussion more focused rather than being described in something over text. Another really useful feature was the ability to annotate directly on the shared screen. So during the session, someone could suggest a change and then mark it up right there in the workroom. Now, this is where it was quite interesting for me, because in VR, it's not just sharing the screen. You can actually see what other avatars are doing. Like, so if someone was annotating or pointing at a model, you would see that their avatar's hand moving around. So from our experience, that made it feel much more immersive and interactive when we compared that to a flat video call. Now, one of the fun thing about Workroom is that it shows how people are present, their presence and absence. Like you can actually tell if someone has disconnected and moved away from their device. So as you can see here, these avatars looks like they have fallen asleep. So, but in fact, the person had either gone away or moved from the desk or lost connection, or maybe they're really sleeping. So it's a small thing, but it adds a little bit of realism. So just like in a real meeting, you see, you can know who's paying attention and who's not. Now, after running these sessions, we started to see some really clear outcomes. So the first one was the spatial awareness. So normally in 2D drawings, or even when you're using a 3D model on laptop screen, it's quite hard, like especially for clients and all, to really understand the scale of the space. But in VR, it gave people a much clearer sense of layout and proportion. And this is not just our observation. It is reported that people were 275% more confident in their decision after being trained in VR compared to traditional methods. So that's a massive difference in clarity. The second one is called about collaboration. So we have the real-time avatar, the spatial audio, the annotation tool. So all the combination of all these tools, it felt much closer to being in the same room. So everyone could see who's speaking, who's pointing, who's annotating, who's not doing anything. So this all brings us to like engagement. Like participants were much more focused compared to a standard video call. Like all the tools, the combination of all the tools, it help people to be more present rather than being passive in a meeting. So sustainability. That obviously that's like if you can have effective meetings in remotely, that means you can cut down on travel. Obviously that means cut on cost. So this directly support net zero goals, and it's a win for both the environment and project budgets. Of course, it's not all positive. We have also had some challenges, like a few people found the headset uncomfortable over long periods of time. Some had connection issues. And for many out there who are using the VR for first time, there's definitely a learning curve. So latency, comfort, and learning curve, onboarding issues. So these are things that still need to be worked on. So as we come to an end, what I really like to emphasize is from what we have shown here, it's just like a starting point. So the workroom experiment gave us a taste of what's possible. But the real potential, it goes much further, because we have been exploring more advanced application of VR. For example, taking real site scans and turning them into training environments. We have also been running design reviews directly inside BIM models. And so it's about what we say, it's about creating a new way of working and learning remotely, ways that are like more collaborative, more visual, and more engaging for everyone. And of course, there is still more work to do. These tools need to be more made easier to access and better integrated with the everyday systems. So from our perspective, the conclusion is that this is the path forward. Like these technologies will mature and they can reshape how we manage teams remotely, how we train remotely, and how we learn remotely. So looking ahead, the future is in training. So we have already started with the VR-based training in construction and offshore, but we are also looking to expand to sector like healthcare, underwater drone navigation, and training for high-risk situation. For example, the radiation-based material testing, that's something we're looking into, like training people for that so people can learn. So that's a really risky and expensive course. So in VR, we can complement it by, learners can do simulate it safely, repeat it as many times as needed, and build confidence without any risks associated with that. So for us, the story is about how we can use VR that can create a safer and more effective learning experience, across industries. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention. And these are our YouTube QR code is for YouTube channel. You can see a really interesting products of ours, videos and stuff. So if you could support it, that would be great. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Azad.
Yeah.
You, Azad. Any questions for our audience? Okay, we have a question.
Yes, thank you for a very valuable presentation. I just have a question. You said your platform has the combination of different tools and it makes a much greater immersive experience when it comes to project management and general meetings and so forth. So it shouldn't be a well meeting such as this and online, which is just as we can just see and hear each other and eventually share a screen. My question is, out of all those individual components, what component, by your opinion, was the one that made the difference? Which, if without which you cannot now go without it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, that's a really interesting one, and I can tell you in the current perspective, the one feature that strikes me most is the spatial audio. Like in here, we are sitting, you are sitting, I can see you sitting over there, but I can't really know how far you are sitting away from me or where you are, which direction you are. But if we are in a virtual workroom, the best thing is like if you are sitting far away, I could understand that sense, when you hear something, when you're instead of this flat audio, that really gives you a sense of presence that like you are here. So I would say that is one of the best feature when that comes to collaboration, effective communication that I personally felt like. Also, we have been exploring a much more advanced version of this. So we in different project, what we did was we put ourselves inside a building that we created, and that was the best thing. Like people could walk away and you could hear them where they are and you could find them. So that was so that was the best feature that I personally feel like that's one thing that I can't go without.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Azad. Any other question? No, okay. Thank you one more time for your presentation.
Thank you.
We have to continue now.
Okay.
Our next topic is augmented pedagogy in special education, integrating AI, robotics, and adaptive technologies for inclusive learning. The authors are Professor Spiridon Kontis, University of Western Macedonia, Greece, and Lambrinis Serementi, Agricultural University of Athens, Greece, and Sofia Anastasiadou, I'm sorry because of my pronunciation, University of Western Macedonia, Greece. So, Spiridon, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Okay. Would you like to share the presentation?
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay.
Please, one minute, because I cannot see my presentation.
Okay, but we can see it.
Okay, you can see everything, okay?
Okay. Is it okay? Can we start?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, the screen is yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Spiros Kondis, and I'm very happy to present our work, Augmented Pedagogy in Special Education. This paper was developed together with my professor Sofia Anastasiadou and Dr. Lambrinis Seremeti. It's a Greek name, it's a little difficult to spell it. That's why.
Very hard. It was
Our focus is simple but powerful. How artificial intelligence, robotics, and adaptive technologies can make learning not only smarter but also more human and more inclusive. So let's begin with a little bit background. Now, inclusive education is not simple. Sorry. Yeah, it's not simply a good idea. It's a moral and social responsibility. Every child, whether they have special needs or not, deserve a learning journey that does not just tolerate the difference, but actively welcomes them and supports the growth. In today's world, so in 21st century, inclusive is not longer something optional or secondary. It is the very heart of educational priorities and it's a national policy. But here is the challenge. Traditional methods, no matter how well intended, are often not enough, for my opinion. They were designed for a time when classrooms were less diverse and expectations were different. So, we must ask ourselves what happens when these methods fail to meet the needs of students who learn in different ways, or what happens when they cannot provide flexibility or the personalization so that many children require in order to truly thrive. The aim of the study was very clear. I wanted to explore how new technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, and immersive environments like virtual and augmented reality can influence the motivation, engagements, and autonomy of learners with special needs. At the same time, it was important to understand the barriers that teachers and school, of course, face when they attempt to adopt these tools. The ultimate goal was to design a framework that could guide schools towards sustainable and ethical integration. To make this aim more concrete, I focus on three guiding questions. First, in what ways can this technology improve motivation, engagement, and autonomy? Second, what specific barriers limit their adoption in schools? And third, how can a clear framework serve as a roadmap for the future? These three questions provided the backbone of the study and naturally lead me to establish strong theoretical foundation, which I will now present. Now, this study was grounded in three main foundations. The first is the principle of universe design for learning. This approach calls for every student to be offered multiple ways to engage with the material, multiple ways to access and receive information, multiple ways to express what they know, of course. In other words, it is about flexibility and accessibility for all learners. The second foundation is DCOMPEDU, the European framework that defines the digital competence teachers needs in order to use technology effectively and inclusively. It reminds us that technology is not only powerful as the people who implement it, and therefore teachers must be digital prepared. Now, the third foundation is the field of AI ethics. This purpose it reminds us that innovation cannot come at the expense of human values. Technology must always respect transparency, privacy, and fairness. With these three pillars in place, the study was able to stand on strong theoretical ground. From here, I then moved on the methods used in our research. I adopted a conference mixed method design. In total, 120 participants from Cyprus took part, 85 teachers and 35 parents almost. To capture this perspective, I did not rely on a single method. Participants completed detailed questionnaires. I conduct in-depth interviews and also step into the classroom to observe what happened in the practice. This way, I did not simply collect numbers. I was able to listen their voice of the children and the parents, to hear personal stories and to understand lived experience. With this rich perspective, I was then ready to introduce the tool I used for collecting and organize all the data. Now, To understand this impact of this technology, we designed a questionnaire that looked at 6 different areas. We wanted to know, first of all, how effective the technology really were in practice. Now, then we ask about easy of use and accessibility, because no matter how innovate a tool is, if teacher and students cannot use it comfortable, of course, it's quickly become useless. We also explore whether this tool could actually increase motivation and engagement, making learning more attractive to students, not boring and something like that. Another important area was autonomy and self-regulation, seeing if students were encouraged to take more responsibility for their own learning. We look at collaboration and interaction as well to see whether technology could foster teamwork and peer connection. And finally, we examine that barriers and challenges that school and teacher still face. With this structure in place, we are ready to look at these results. As you see now, the results, the quantitative results were very encouraging. Why? We observed that students were showing much higher levels of engagement, participating more actively in class activity. They were completing more tasks and not just ticking them off, but doing so with greater confidence and stronger sense of motivation. Another positive outcomes was collaboration. Students were working together more effectively, supporting one another and build shared understanding. These results, when taken together, make the potential of emerging technology in special education very, very clear. But of course, as we know, numbers never tell the whole story. Okay, and when we looked more closely, this is exactly when the barriers began to appear, all the difficulties. Why? When we look at the barriers, the pictures become more complex. The most common challenge is identifying when the lack of adequate teachers training. More than half of the participants also pointing to the financial cost of adopting new technology. Uh, Others highlight the sources of Greek languages research, which often make implementation difficult, and some emphasize the limited infrastructure and technical support available in the schools. So the numbers tell us something very, very clear. Teachers and schools want to innovate, but they face a serious and practical obstacles that slow down adoption. Yet, even within these challenges, the personal stories we gather offer powerful insights, and I would like to share some of those you next. Now, the qualitative findings there, in many ways, even more inspiring than the numbers. We saw students become more independent and gaining the confidence to speak up from themselves. Robotics, in particular, seem to bring students closer together, encouraging peer interaction and collaboration, especially for children on the autism spectrums. One teacher described an unforgettable moment. He told us, for the first time, I saw my student start a conversation with a peer without any promoting. That was amazing for us. Moments like this stay with us forever. They remind us that when technology is used thoroughly and with care, it can unlock something proudly human. It was precisely these kinds of insight that gave us the motivation to propose a clear framework to help schools move forward. Now, based on these findings, I designed the three-phase framework to support schools in adopting emergency technology, as you see. The first phase is exploration. This means starting small, experimenting with I say again, free tools and accessibility extension that teachers can use immediately without needing major resource. The second phase is the integration. At this stage, schools begin to embedding robotics, virtual and augmented reality, and adaptive learning systems into their everyday teaching practice. Now, the third phase is optimization. Here, they move toward more advanced tools such as AI-driven personalization, wearable technology, and learning analytics, always making sure that ethical principles are built into every steps of the process. Now, in this way, the adoption of technology does not become rushed or overwhelming. It becomes safe, gradual, and sustainable. With this framework in place, I can now share the key conclusion of this study. The discussion of this study highlights both opportunities and challenges. On the positive side, new technologies have the potential to boost engagements, increase motivation, and strengthen student autonomy. They can help transfer special education into a learning space that is more inclusive, more dynamic, and more responsive to individual needs. At the same time, we cannot ignore, of course, the barriers. Teachers often lack the training they need to use this tool effectively. Schools face significant gaps in infrastructure. The financial cost of adoptions remains unfortunately high. These are not small details. There are serious obstacles that slow down progress and restricts access for the many students. So the key message is clear. Technology on its own is not enough. What is required is a whole school approach, is one where teachers are well, of course, prepared, schools are properly supported, and policies actively invest in building digital capacity. Now, in conclusions, emergence in technology show a strong potential for transforming special education. They can increase participation, improve motivation, and give students a greater sense of autonomy. Most importantly, they can create conditions for genuine inclusion. But for this potential to become reality, school need much more than access to tools. They need systematic investment in teacher training, strong infrastructure, and continuous support. The framework I have proposed offer a roadmap, a practical way to move from small pilot experiments toward to some stable adoptions. Above all, this study is a reminder that technology in education is not only about making learning smarter. For me, in my opinion, it's about making learning more human because, and I'm finished with that, because every child, for my opinion, deserves to be seen, to be heard, and to be supported. So, thank you for your attention.
Okay, may I ask you, because I think it is continue on your conclusion.
Yes, yeah.
And, my question is, you show some scenarios, and my question is, are your scenarios are realistically applicable in the current e-learning environments?
Sorry, tell me again. I can't hear you.
And my question is, are your scenarios
Yes.
are realistically applicable? Yes, in current e-learning environments.
If it's realistic.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Of course, it's realistic because we went in a classroom and we observed then the characteristics of every child. We listen every child. We see every parent with their child in special moments, and so this is not only realistic; it's the truth of life. So we see every child as our child. So we observe the characteristic, the behavior, everything. We see, stop. This is we have problem with that. Okay, let's see what we can do. The second one, it's problem with quiet. It's a problem with he must go to run. All of these problems we count down, and with the questioners, with the observe, with all of this, we count down the framework, and we try to make this solution, special education.
Okay, thank you so much for this. I'm sorry, if there are any other questions? No, okay, thank you. So our next topic is also made by Contis. The title is Effective Generative AI for Adaptive and Inclusive E-Learning, Prompt Engineering, Ethics and Pedagogical Innovation. Authors are Spiridon Contis and Sofia
Anastasiou.
Okay, thank you.
Can you?
From the University of Western Macedonia, Greece.
Okay, can you give me 1 minute to drink water? 1 minute. One
Okay.
minute.
Okay, we can see your screen.
Okay.
Are you ready for continuing?
Yes. 1 minute to see myself. I cannot see myself. Where am I? Okay. Okay. So we are ready.
Okay, so you can start.
Now, I'm Spiros Kondis. Hello again. Now, the title is Affective Generated AI for Adaptive and Inclusive E-Learning. Carry out in collaboration with my supervisor, Professor Sofia Anastasiou. Now, the research examines how AI can make learning not only smarter but also kinder. Because education is never just about knowledge, as we said before, it's about people. AI has already reshaped education worldwide, but here is the challenge. Most systems only measure knowledge. They tell us what a learner knows or what they don't. What they leave out is the emotional side of learning, and the side matters. Think about anxiety before an exam, the frustration of falling again, or the quiet loss of motivation when the student feels left behind. Now, these emotions are not side effects. They are a fuel of learning itself. Without fuel, even the most powerful engine cannot run. Now, we all know this from a real life. A student who walks into exam filled with anxiety, with struggle to focus, no matter how much they studied. But the same students feel safe and motivated. They cannot overcome even the hardest challenge. So sorry, what, uh, what are the aims of our research? First, we aim to conceptualize a framework for what we call affective generative AI, which means design an approach where AI doesn't just process data, but actually interprets and responds to human emotions. I know it sounds like something strange. Second, we work on integrated affective cues through prompt engineering, that is shaping AI response so that they are not only informative but also supportive, so that the learners feels understood, not just in structure. Third, we addressed the ethical, legal, and psychosocial challenge because working with emotional is powerful but also very sensitive. Issues like privacy, fairness, and transparency must be embedded from their beginning. Now, as you can see, the visual of the slide, these steps come together with a simple path. From recognize emotion to engineer supportive response, and finally to embedded ethics. All this leads to our final goal. That borders goal is clear. An education that is not only smart but also empathetic. In other words, an education that cares as much about the learner's feeling as it does about the knowledge. Now, our contribution can be summarized in three steps. Step one, bringing emotion into digital learning. We use self-reports like short mood checks of emojis, behavioral signals such as response times or dropouts, and linguistic cues in student answers. We don't need biometrics at this stage. Small signals already tell us a lot. For example, a simple mood check at the start of a session can help the system adapt the pace. A small change, but a big difference. Step two, building a bridge between pedagogy, technology, and ethics. Technology provides power, pedagogy gives meaning, and ethics creates trust. Only together, for my opinion, can they work. Step three, moving from theory to practice. We provide guidelines and strategies from supporting learners who feel stressed or disengaged, along with evaluation metrics such as persistences, stress education, and engagement. In short, feel, think, apply. Now, we call this model EAGLE, emotional affective generate learning, and it works in three levels. The first is recognition, which means detective and interpreting emotions. The second one is adaptations, that is adjusting teaching with generative AI so that both content and style respond to the learning state. And the third is the governance. In other words, making sure that everything remains ethical, private, and fair. Now you can think of this way. Recognition is the eye because it let us see emotions of every student. Adaptation is the wings because it helps education take fly and respond in real time. And governance is the conscience because without ethics, no system can truly serve learners. We choose the eagle as our symbol because it represents visions and freedom. And this is exactly what we want for education, the ability to see ahead and the freedom to fly higher as an eagle. Now, let me give some constant examples. In mathematics, imagine a learner who feels anxious even before starting. Instead of adding pressure, the system can slow down, provide step-by-step guidance, and offer warm encouragement along the way. In this way, the students, of course, feel supported, not judged. Now think of a learner who has lost interest. For them, the challenge is not ability, but motivation. Through gamification, which means using playful elements, small rewards, and interactive tasks, we can bring back curiosity and energy. These ideas do not stop with this mathematics. For neurodiverse learning, the system can provide what they need most: structure, predictability, and clarity. Imagine a child with autism who find comfort in routines. If the learning system respect that needs, it reduce anxiety and create space for real learning. In higher education, um, it can ease stress by offering flexibly pacing and alternate forms of assessment. Think of students balancing study with work. An adaptive system can let them slow down or speed up and still feel supported. Different learners, different contexts, but always the same goal: to feel included, to feel that education is made for them, not against them. That's the point. Now, And this idea does not stop with mathematics. For us, I told, nervous system learners, the system can provide what they need most: structure, predictability, and clarity. Okay. Now, emotions are not just data, they are sensitive data. What they makes all the difference: when we treat emotion as data, we face serious risk. What is this risk? We talk about bias, about surveillance, about loss of autonomy, and about lack of transparency. That is why in the Eagle framework, ethics are not an afterthought. They are built in from in very beginning with privacy, transparency, and fairness at the core. Because working with emotion is powerful, but it's also delicate. Learners should feel supported, not monitoring. That's the big difference. And if they are even and if they are feel watched instead of understood, the whole system loses its meaning. This is why trust is harder to build that code. And without trust, no education technology can truly, of course, survive. Now, our technical foundation also follows three steps. The first steps, as you know, is the Petri nets. This is a way to map learning flows clearly, showing who does what and in which sequence. Petri nets may sound complex, but you can think of them as a simple flowchart for learning activities. The second step is Markov models. This helps us predict when a learner is at risk of disengagement. You can imagine them as probability maps that show us what is most likely to happen next. And the third step is a pedagogical integration. This means turning predictions into real actions, such as provide extra support, adjusting pacing, or using gamification. Because data, uh, for my opinion, not alone do not teach. What really makes different is when data and pedagogy come together. The next step for us is pilot testing, and we plan to do this in two phases. The first phase focus only on safe data, such as self-reports or interaction logs. The second phase may include uh, optional biometrics, for example, heart rate or sleep patterns, but only if they are truly necessary, and always with strict safeguards. We plan to test this in three different contents. First, in MOOCs with 1,000 of learners. Second, in a blended classrooms where teacher and students interact directly. And the third, in special education, where emotional sensitive is most important. What excites us most is the variety, from massive online courses to everyday classrooms, and finally to the most delicate learning settings. In short, we move from safe beginnings to brave steps forward, and we do this always with care. To conclude, let me leave you with three key messages. First, AI in educations must be not only smart, but also compassionate. Second, the Eagle framework gives us a clear roadmap for inclusive, affective, and adaptive learning. And the third, the real value lies in bringing together theory, computational models, and pedagogy, and in turning them into real practice, as you see in the photo. As you can see, uh, technology, theory, and pedagogy rise together. And only when they converge, they create something greater. An education that is not only smart, that many believes, but also compassionate. Because education that feels, that we try to do, is education that truly lasts. Thank you very much.
I'm opening now third session. Our first paper is Participatory Design of Educational Escape Room Video Games, a Media Literacy Case Study. Authors are Miloš Kosić, Miljan Milošević, Maja Ćosić, Enrique Vara, Mohamed Sakar, and Sonsoles Lopez Pernas. And Professor Miloš will present the paper. Miloš, do you hear us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Thank
and
you.
we can see you. So you can share your screen.
Hopefully everything is okay.
Yes, everything is perfect. You can start.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good day, everyone, again. I will be presenting the paper named Participatory Design of Educational Escape Room Video Games, a Media Literacy Case Study. This research is part of Endgame project, which I explained a bit in the opening sessions of today's conference. And overall, I wanted to thank all the partners in contributing to this paper. After a brief introduction, I will mention some related work and explain some of the methods we used. Then I will present the results of our research and at the end discuss some important findings and conclude with our ending remarks. As I've already mentioned in the opening session, misinformation is something that we struggle on everyday basis in this modern computer and digital era. Misinformation and digital manipulations are spreading faster than ever thanks to the social media algorithms and generative AI, which is constantly present. And the biggest users of all these platforms, the people who are the most exposed to these contents are actually young people, young citizens. And even though they are quite able technically to access various sources, to go through different kind of contents and find a way to access all the files, they still can struggle with determining if something is misinformation or not. They don't have very strong critical thinking skills, and they can easily miss some of the manipulation tactics which are currently present in the digital world. AI generated content just makes things even worse because now we can see that a lot of videos which are available online are generated with some malicious intentions to mislead the viewer. We have a lot of fake news, a lot of images that suggest that something happened, but it actually didn't. And combined with algorithms which just try to get more views, just try to keep you longer in front of the screen. We have so-called filter bubbles or echo chambers where user can be focused and immersed in the content they are presenting them, which may easily make him not notice some important misinformation. Traditional media literacy approach, where you are teaching somebody about all these things through the traditional tactics, it's often static, not very inviting, not interactive too much. And what's most important, they don't often focus on young people and young adults, which is actually a problem we are trying to solve in this case. The focus of our research and the Endgame project is to use educational escape rooms for this kind of interactive learning, especially because educational escape rooms have proven to be quite engaging environments. They are good for game-based learning. They combine problem solving, collaboration, and what is also important, time pressure. Decision making, because in the modern day, as for example, young people scroll through different media, they don't often have more than few seconds to determine if that's actually a valid information or not. Educational escape rooms are already in different fields and involved in this learning process, so there's a lot of papers that we were able to get and to read, and what is let's say middle ground of everything is that educational escape rooms combine game-based learning and immersive storytelling, which is already a great start, but they also allow us to focus on accomplishing specific goals within limited amount of time, which just improves overall learning process. In all those papers, we can find a lot of evidence that educational escape rooms can improve the motivation of the learner. They can develop modern day skills. They can improve their knowledge acquisition. They also work on different educational levels, which is also quite important for us, considering high schools, faculties, even the elementary schools. And also, we have various results which prove that educational escape rooms provide very positive outcomes, even in different fields like medical education, nursing, and so on. So main challenge with educational escape rooms is how to match actual goal within the game and the educational objectives, what is the main focus of this kind of educational environments in order to achieve the best user experience, because in the modern day, user experience can be very important and influence the end user quite a lot. Because we wanted to go further than just relying on basic knowledge and basic understanding of all these concepts, we wanted to include the end users and potential players into the development process, which is why we introduced participatory design concept in our research. And it originates from Scandinavian democracy movements, but over the time, it evolved into actual methodology, which is focused on end user and allows them to participate in the design process. So far, participatory design was used in different contexts, like creating digital tools, games, curricula. It allowed very useful sessions of brainstorming, prototyping, and evaluation. And also, it's a good approach when you want to make sure that the end result is properly aligned with users' needs and contexts. But on the other side, we need to mention that even though they have great popularity in interaction design, actually in serious games, participatory design is not very often seen, and this is what we wanted to introduce. As I mentioned at the start, Endgame project is where we will be creating our educational escape rooms, and all this research is coming from that specific effort. Main goal of the Endgame project is to empower young European citizens, to improve their critical thinking process, to make them more responsible in this digital world, and of course, to motivate them to become active participants in our global society. During this project, we will create 3 different educational escape rooms, and we will be focusing on specific media literacy competencies, like identifying disinformation and altered media, detecting generated content. We also want to help young people understand what are the risks of exposing personal data on social media platforms, which is, as we can see, one of the vulnerabilities of this kind of social media systems. Then we want to help them to recognize what are the right responsibilities of let's say, digital citizen. We already performed some participatory workshops in the early stages of our project with idea to gather all important information on the regional base in the Finland, Serbia, and Spain. Idea was to determine which political, cultural landscapes we are facing with, where the potential end game video games will be distributed. Also, we wanted to determine what are the vulnerabilities, what are the weak points that in media literacy we can enhance and improve during this project. We held during the work package 3 international workshop with participatory design focus. Idea was to include as much as we can of opinions and views, perspectives of participants, and to basically position them as a co-creator, co-designers of these escape rooms. The event itself was a 100-minute online event. It was held over the Zoom platform, and it was combination of different presentations, interactive quizzes, breakout room discussions, which were the core of our workshop. And also during the workshop, we used various collaborative tools to interact with our participants and to gather data. During the workshops, we had 41 participants, and during one workshop, we had 41 participants out of 58, which registered in all three mentioned countries. We had various profiles like secondary university students, school teachers, media literacy trainers and youth workers, and so on, down to individuals from underrepresented groups. And this is what we actually aim to achieve in order to get the most perspectives on various topics we considered. As I mentioned, by using tools like AHA Slides, Google Forms, we were able to gather nice amount of data. Facilitators also documented the whole process while where taking notes were sometimes quite important, because during discussions and that kind of free talk, we were able to notice some important hints that may be useful for our further development. Also, after the workshop, we had a structured questionnaires in order to gather additional information. This is how the workshop was structured. We had a brief introduction where we mentioned a few things regarding the endgame project, and provided an example of educational escape room just for the participants who are maybe not informed about this kind of form and this kind of interactive content. Then we presented work package 2, basically findings from our participatory workshops previously held. We had a real fake news quiz, which was very interesting. We gathered a lot of interesting data from this, but also it was a nice inspiration for the participants, and some simple way to involve them further into what's coming next. And that was the breakout room sessions, where we wanted to talk about different themes, like their preference regarding visuals of the game, themes, real world settings. We wanted to discuss what kind of puzzles would they prefer. We wanted to show them how we can map specific skill on specific puzzle, and by solving that puzzle, player will improve those skills. And we discussed what they wanted to improve and what are their thoughts about this. So those were very engaging and very interesting parts of this workshop. At the end, we wanted to also discuss accessibility and inclusion, because we consider that as one of very important topics. We wanted to keep our games as accessible as possible, and we wanted to avoid any potential stereotypes. We wrapped up the workshop with mentioned survey, where we gathered additional information. So some of the results I will present here. The rest are presented in the paper. For example, first and the most interesting was to decide on visual style participants prefer to be used in the game. We had options like illustrative art styles, pixel art, even real life photography, which I considered as unusual and potentially original solution, but everyone were clear that illustrative art is something that they would rather see and something that they are more fond of. So after that, we discussed thematic, like what would be the theme of the potential games. A lot of them said that political misinformation and election interference could be an interesting topic as something that they would like to experience through our game. Then we had health and science misinformation, AI generated content, and so on. We had more than a few options here. Regarding real world settings, idea was to see what kind of environment would they like to see in our game where players should be interacting during this escape room. A lot of them said that newsroom or media organization would be a great thing, especially because some of the misinformation actually originate from there, and they mentioned that it will be nice to go to the source and directly confront them at such place. Then we had social media company headquarters, government offices, universities or classrooms, and so on. Regarding the character role, we also asked them what should be the role of the main player, or basically where do we want to place him regarding his jobs, regarding his activities, and top results were journalists and reporters, and on the other side, students and researchers. Probably because we asked them later why some said journalists because it matches their preferences regarding newsroom. Students also said that they would like to feel like they're on their own. Basically, since they're in real life students, they also want to be in that position in video game and so on. What was also important topic for us is what is the central game objective? What should be the player's main interest in the game? What should they try to achieve? A lot of them were voted for finding the source of disinformation, stopping the viral fake news from spreading, and so on. Additional thing we wanted to discuss is puzzle types, since it is very important for this kind of video games. A lot of them said that they prefer visual types of challenges, like different visual analysis, source verification, recognizing patterns, and so on, which is very interesting finding for us and something that we implemented in our first game. As I've said, accessibility and inclusion is very important for us, and many of the participants said that we need to have high contrast themes for low vision users, and also they focused on a specific thing, which I completely agree with, that all the information that is presented within a game should be presented through different channels. Like if characters said something vocally, it should be represented through text on the screen as well. So we should cover as much bases as we can to make sure nobody is left out during this gameplay. Also, we wanted, also some of the participants mentioned that games shouldn't be too demanding from technical side, that players with older devices, players with not very stable internet connection and so on can also enjoy and participate in this gameplay. Regarding the inclusivity of cultural variances, we also wanted to make sure to avoid any stereotypical portrayals, and we also wanted to allow players to decide if they want to play a game on their own or within a group and so on. During this workshop, we had a lot of interesting findings that we potentially would never be able to get without participatory design. And I think that this research just highlights how useful and how important can participatory design be. Participants of our workshop mentioned how the whole process was quite fun, collaborative, and informative, but they also already started to learn about new perspectives even before the actual game is completed. So this kind of participatory design interaction is also partially a learning process for the participants, which is also an interesting finding. We recognize that participants have strong preference regarding realistic scenarios. We recognize that they want more neutral missions compared to some, let's say, idealistic pursuit of truth. But on the other side, we need to mention the limitations of our current approach in our workshop. We have a limited time, just 100 minutes to discuss all these topics, which is never enough, especially for something fun like creating a video games. It was a bit troublesome to create a proper interaction that is very comfortable because we were doing everything in virtual environment. Some of the participants were not able to use camera or to use a microphone, so they wrote their comments in the AHA slides or directly in the chat. So I think we could achieve more in longer periods of time. Also, we need to mention that all the participants were self-selected, and that because of that, we may have not represented complete broad population. Some of the potential players were probably left out, and this is something that we need to take into consideration. At the end, I would like to conclude that we recognized participatory design as an important educational element during this kind of development of educational escape rooms. We demonstrated the feasibility of incorporating this technique into our educational environment. It helped us to successfully identify all preference of potential end users, but also to include them in the process and therefore make everything more user-oriented. We determined what are their preferences regarding the narrative themes, visual styles, regarding what kind of puzzles would like to play, and everything that goes along with that. And also, we offer them a unique experience of co-creating game within a larger group, which is also a good thing for us. Hopefully, we are close to finishing our first game, and the impact of all this research will be reflected during the initial play testings. I would like to acknowledge at the end that this endgame project was funded, as well as this research was funded by European Commission Creative Europe program. And I would like to give a special thanks to 41 workshop participants who helped us to collect all the data and who helped us to make this experience more interesting and more enjoyable. Here we have a website link and also emails from all the colleagues which created this research, so feel free to contact us at any point. Do you have maybe any questions?
Thank you, Milos, very much. This was really great presentation. You already presented this project in the opening session. I have one question. What do you see as the biggest challenge in your future research? And considering the project, I know from my experience with this kind of topic and problematic that very often metrics is something that is very, very difficult to establish good metrics for success, and how do you plan to solve that challenge with metrics, and general, what do you see as challenges during your research? And beside that, I would like to say that everything that you showed to us and your presentation was great, and we're looking forward to see the results of the project in the future.
Thank you. I really appreciate the compliment and also the question. Regarding the challenge, I think we have a big problem with how to form the puzzles to keep them educational, to keep them clear for almost any type of the player, but also to avoid over-explaining it, making it too easy or making it too complex. It's a very thin line between something that is fun and something that is boring, basically that is tedious, just filling up the folders and saying next, and completing the game. We don't want that. We want actual gaming experience. But on the other side, it's hard to find that sweet point where there's just enough fun without becoming too complex, to time demanding, especially because these kind of educational escape rooms need to be limited in time. For example, they need to play through whole game for like say 45 minutes. So finding that balance and finding what works best for the end user is one of the bigger problems, and we hope that during additional testing phases we will fine-tune some of these elements and hopefully achieve even better results. And regarding the way how we plan to gather data and to realize how this escape room will influence the end user, next to the usual questionnaire at the start, questionnaire after the game, which is techniques present for many years. We have idea that after each decision they make in the game, they need to suggest how confident they are in their decision. For example, you in our first game, you have mechanics where you need to take a photo of misinformation, of something that clearly is an evidence that a specific group was creating bad informations. But to avoid basically taking photos of everything, we offered an option that they need to say how confident they are, if they're not very confident, and if they want to delete the photo because they made a mistake. We have a specific and unique grading system for this, and hopefully once we gather all those data, we will see where they were the most confident, where they had more problems, and so on. And also at the end of the game, we will have some of everything that they did during the game. And hopefully from all this data, we will extract useful information for the other two games.
Great.
I hope that I wasn't too long with the answer.
Great. Thank you very much. And for the answers, I really like your approach and the idea for the metrics. And good luck with the project. And as I said, looking forward to see the results.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Milos. Now we have next presentation with paper titled Using Prompt Engineering to Foster Critical Thinking in Higher Education. Author is Ana Mirković-Mogus. And I hope that Ana can hear us.
Yes, I can. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you and we see your screen. So Ana, you can start with your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It is my pleasure to present today on a topic that is reshaping the very foundations of learning and teaching in higher education, prompt engineering. It is kind of a follow-up on introductory of the lecture of the Professor Kostić, when he stated in his initial slides that young people like critical thinking skills. So this topic is related to that by using prompt engineering to foster critical thinking skills in higher education. We are now at a turning point where artificial intelligence has moved from being a passive information provider to becoming an active partner in pedagogy. So the focus of this lecture is to show how carefully designed prompts can foster higher order thinking, especially critical thinking, and why this matters for the future of education. This is in short the content, and I will start with some basic terms. What is prompt engineering? Prompt engineering is the deliberate design of inputs to guide AI systems toward producing meaningful, relevant, and pedagogically valuable outputs. In prompt engineering, students come up with, verify, and improve prompts that would result in desired AI responses, thus immersing them into elaborate problem solving and reflective thinking. By the author of Lee and Associates, it is also capacity to change the AI from a simple information source into user-friendly tool that encourages more profound learning and comprehension. So in higher education, it is much more than some technical feature. It's a teaching practice. because by crafting prompts, we do not merely ask AI to generate text. We create conditions for students to think deeply, to reflect, and to challenge assumptions. Critical thinking is there are many definitions of this term. It is mostly defined as the ability to analyze, evaluate, and synthesize information in order to solve problems and make decisions. It is the research that says some scholars have raised concerns that AI, particularly ChatGPT, may reduce critical thinking by providing ready-made answers. But the evidence presented in this review suggests the opposite, because when guided by instructed prompts, AI can enhance students' reasoning, reflection, and metacognitive awareness. So there are lots of studies that support this by using prompts that aim to delve deeper into the topic or produce intriguing questions or come up with practical solutions. Can be motivated for students to be actively engaged, which in turn will higher their cognitive skills by authors Eager and Branton. Also, some authors state that working with students to create efficient prompts for large language models such as ChatGPT can sharpen critical thinking capabilities. It also supports user critical thinking skills, and it helps the users with self-regulation by providing frameworks for evaluating responses and so reinforcing reflective reasoning. And after all, prompt engineering can support inclusivity and equality. So there are lots of proofs that say that prompt engineering can foster critical thinking. The methodology of the paper followed a systematic literature review, followed by a Prisma system. Literature search was conducted using the relevant databases, and the search was conducted within the last 3 years. And the keywords that were searched were prompt engineering, critical thinking, AI education. 57 records were identified through database searching, 29 full tests assessed, and 12 were included in the study according to the inclusion criteria. So the goal of this research was to outline the effects of prompt engineering on the development of students' critical thinking skills. And the research questions, according to this goal, were identified. That were which types of prompt engineering strategies in AI supported learning environments are designed. How are they related to critical thinking outcomes? And results are systemized in a way that types of prompts were identified that were used, related reported outcomes in critical thinking or reasoning, and study that supports this. So, for example, Socratic prompts encourage questioning and dialogue. Role-based prompts place students in scenarios where they must make judgments, or I don't know, chain of thought prompts guide learners through step-by-step reasoning. Scenario-driven prompts immerse students in problem-solving contexts. And together, these strategies scaffold higher order thinking instead of replacing it. So here in this table are presented evidence from studies, and the systematic review synthesized 12 recent studies. For example, Ali and Associates stated that inquiry-based prompts foster metacognition and peer explanation. Fotaris and Associates stated that in escape room style activities, prompts triggered collaboration, problem solving, and ethical reflection. Walter stated that or emphasized that AI literacy, showing how advanced prompts types like tree of thoughts or chain of thoughts can deepen reasoning. This study all converged to a clear conclusion that well-crafted prompts shift students from passive recipients of information to active constructors of knowledge. So prompt engineering should be considered both as a technical and pedagogical skills and there are some two different pathways identified from this research by which prompt engineering has developed in a sense of teaching and algorithmic sense. So educational studies highlights the importance of role-based dialogue and Socratic questioning, scenario-based and field applications, and also creative integration in arts education, while on the other side, algorithmic approach emphasize refining reasoning for systematic design, consistency, and theory of thoughts, and they all join together in the same direction to improve critical thinking skills. In conclusion, when prompts are aligned with learning objectives, they produce quantifiable improvements in analysis, evaluative judgment, synthesis of ideas, reflections, and overall foster critical thinking. But educators need training in designing prompts aligned with learning goals, because poor prompts risk shallow learning. Also, the training is needed in embedding critical reflection, so that prompts should invite evaluation of AI outputs, detecting bias or error. Also, needed is encouraging inclusivity and equality. Prompts can create spaces where diverse voices and perspectives are valued. Ultimately, prompt engineering can transform AI into a co-teacher, so by engaging students in dialogue and scaffolding their reasoning. Of course, challenges still remain, because many educators are not yet equipped with AI literacy skills. Curricula often lack space for AI-integrated critical thinking exercises, and students must learn to question, not simply trust AI outputs. So future research should include controlled classroom experiments to test prompt strategies, some longitudinal studies, or mixed methods research combining service interviews and classroom observation. But the key message would be that prompt engineering is not merely about getting better answers from AI. It is about asking better questions of our students. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. One short question from me. Do you think that prompt engineering should be maybe part of curricula in higher education, maybe subject for itself, or part of some other competencies? How do you see that after all your research?
Yes, I think that not only future, it is now necessity that prompt engineering is integrated within curricula. Maybe some first measures can include some professional training before, but I think it is necessary to integrate it in curricula, because it is not our future, it is our today.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are continuing with the next paper, Convergence of Artificial Intelligence, Ontologies, and Qualia in Learning Redesign, with authors Lambrinis Seremeti, Karis Kalogeras, Stylianos Papalexandris, and Sofia Anastasiadou. I hope I pronounced it well. And do we have someone of the authors?
Видов послали за пишем для видов послали.
Oh, okay. They sent a video, so we can now go to the next paper. A scalable microservices-based architecture for e-learning platforms, Pedro Monteiro, Paulo Tome. Paul, do you hear us?
Sorry, yes, I am here.
Okay, okay. Is it okay now you to present? Are you ready?
Okay, yeah, I am ready.
Oh, great. If you can share your screen.
I will share my screen, okay?
Okay. Great. We can hear you and we can see your screen, so you can start with your presentation.
Okay. My name is Paul Tomé. I am presenting the paper Scalable Microservice-Based Architecture for a Learning Platform. This work was done by a master student that is Pedro Monteiro. Okay, you can present the paper today. I will do this task. Okay, this presentation is split in 7 points. I will show first motivation and problem, the research question, the objectives of this work, one comparative analysis, a proposed architecture, the key findings, and the future work. Okay, during the pandemic era, they are exposed to some limitations in many learning platforms. The scalability under sudden load and even customization for institutional context, fragment support for workflows, and limited siloed analytics. Okay, the research question that the student wrote is how to build a scalable, comprehensive learning platform with a robust knowledge center for customized and collaborative learning. Okay, the objectives that student did for his work was analyze the platforms across a set of variables, propose a microservice architecture with the elastic scaling, integrate a knowledge center with AI analytics and gamification as first-class service, and preserve institutional control while nearing SaaS-level elasticity. Regarding to the comparative analysis, the student analyzed a set of most knowledge e-learning platforms such as Moodle, Canvas, OpenEDX, Coursera, Udemy, and Sky. Evaluate each of the platforms regarding to a set of 8 variables: architecture, licensing, deployment, scalability, customization, integration and extensibility, and gamification. The goal of this phase of the work was to identify the strengths and limitations. Okay, regarding to the comparative highlights, the student analyze the final analysis. It concludes that, for instance, for Moodle and Sky, there are strong ecosystems with deep customization through plugins, but trade-off was hopes overhead and one upgrade friction. For the canvas, for instance, the student identifies that is elastic, scalable, and reliable update. Is extensible via LTP APIs, but it was limited deep of customization. The proposed architecture it is based in the set of 4 main parts. The platform is split into independent microservice package in Docker orchestrated by Kubernetes. So each service can scale on its own when load spikes. All the requests come through one API gateway with the JWT for access control and rate limiting for safety. Core bounded contexts, which includes users, course, articles, for instance. This operation reduces blast radius. If one service fails or needs one upgrade, the rest may stay up. And the goal is simple. SaaS-like elasticity without losing institutional control over data and customization. Regarding the front end and back end and data, the front end use Next.js to deliver fast, extensible pages and smooth navigation. The backend is built with Fastify, with Node.js, and JSON schema validation, so every request is checked at the edge before any logic runs. This keeps service fast and safe and reduces the chance of bad data getting into the system. The data lives in PostgreSQL for acid reliability and strong transitional guarantees. When we need complex reads across across service, it is exposed read-only GraphQL endpoints to aggregate data without breaking service boundaries. Regarding to event-driven analytics and gamifications, it's important to say that the tool emits clear domain events such as enrollment create, progress update, course completed, and article published. These events go to one event bus and are consumed by independent processors for analytic gamification and notification. Analytics updates KPIs like time to first lesson, lesson completion rates, and cohort engagement. It also flags at-risk learners early. Gamification average points, badge, and level based on event, but is decoupled from grading to avoid distorting pedagogy. Notifications like send emails, push, or in-app messages are based on roles or ML triggers, so nudge arrive at the right time. Handlers are endpoint. Event schemas are also versioned, and it was minimized PAI with rotation windows and clear deletion points. The result is faster intervention, sustaining motivation, and actionable works insights without adding friction to teaching. For example, when progress update fails repeatedly without hitting a milestone, the system can nudge the learner and alert the instructor. The Knowledge Center support workflows. The articles, QA discussions, and medical attachments capture institutional know-how. The content is searchable, taggable, and linkable from course, so learners discover relevant guidance right where they are. Support is integrated through a simple tagging loop that routes issues to the right owner, technical or pedagogical. Moderation and version history help maintain the quality. High-rated content rise on top and feeds back into course design. Over time, the Technology Center becomes a living community validate library that improves both learning and sport. The communication model, it combines two different aspects, synchronous and asynchronous. Okay, regarding to synchronous, external schools terminate at the API gateway, while asynchronous communication domain events are published to the event bus. Okay, the benefits of both of these aspects are releases and pressure tolerance and the clear failure boundaries. Regarding to observability and DevOps, the CD enforce tests and API contract checks to prevent breaking change between servers before they reach production. It always uses the standard build pipelines, image scanning, and environment information to keep release boring and predictable. Logs and metrics are centralized, distributed tracing follows a request across service to speed up root cause analysis. Operational guardrails include rate limits, circuit breakers, retries back off, and timeouts at service vendors. Microservers to add operational complexity, observability, and the automations contain that complexities so teams can move quickly and safely. The key findings and contribution are five. Okay, microservice and Kubernetes deliver STAs like elasticity while preserving institutional control over data and consumption. Contract first API reduce, upgrade, and limit failures blast radius compared with deep in-process plugin models. Event-driven analytics and gamification enable earlier data-driven intervention and sustained engagement at scale. A first-class knowledge center plus integrated support close integration and assist gaps across the learner journey. The stack with the Next.js, Fastify, Postgres, Docker, balance performance, security, and developer velocity. Together, these choices form a practical path scaled without sacrificing governance or adaptability. Regarding to future work, it will be developed in the future. One extension to mobile clients, expand the support with target recommendation, retrieval, augment app assistant, and control the A and B tests. track impact using course completion, time to intervention and learning satisfaction, keep privacy and edge score, and one goal that was also is a stronger personalization and guidance without compromising governance, trust, and institutional quality. Okay, thank you. I am now any question that you can put, I will try to answer.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear your presentation. Any questions from the audience? Professor Zdravkovic? I hope you can hear.
I'll come here. It was a very nice presentation. Thank you so much. My question, since we all know that every type of web application is switching towards microservice-oriented architectures, my question is, because it's such a complex system, as you said, it should be AI-enabled, it should have gamification, quick notification, and so forth. Have you considered any issues with the proposed platform regarding inter-service or inter-microservice communication? Because this is the most, this is the biggest issue when it comes to microservices. So if you scale up to have a lot of microservices.
I can't hear you clearly. Can you repeat the question again?
Yes, about if you scale up your system with a lot of microservices, if you have many microservices, how would your system handle intercommunication between the microservices?
Yes, there are a model that that manage the communication between microservice. Okay.
Okay, and for scalability, you said that all the technologies that you have mentioned, you said Next.js and Node and so forth. Would it have any difficulty with scalability if, for instance, we have a lot of students accessing the platform at the same time or something? Have you considered maybe overloading issues or something like that? Or if it's you think it's okay with the choice of technologies?
Okay, yes, I understand what you said. The requests are queued, and if you have a lot of requests, they are answered by a queue that, and each of the requests is answered through this queue.
Okay, okay. And have you considered maybe replicating? Have you said you have even integrated DevOps and things like that in Docker? So perhaps if you have a lot of requests, you can have the whole platform replicated on different servers, and then maybe it can have a load balancer or something like that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for presentation and the answers, and hope to see you alive next year. Okay, bye.
Bye bye, thank you.
Okay, we will now put the video for the paper Convergence of Artificial Intelligence, Ontologies, and Quality and Learning Redesign.
Što znači axiological?
Ima da se vidim PDF i PPT.
Ali mislim da ste ušli kako se zove...
Nije dobar folder, da?
Da, ušli ste u drugi, ima sesija 3.
Aha. Ja to vidim.
Good evening. Thank you for joining.
Treba i na Zoomu i vidiš ti na live streamu.
Ti vidiš na live streamu, ne moram da šeram, da?
Šere, da zato što sam pustim kao i spremao video.
Da, dobro. Share.
To.
I sad na video.
Pobliže bio. To. Dobro.
Ovdje je full screen.
Ali samo što sam YouTube-a, čekaj. To. Okay, we will now play the video for the paper I announced. Kako se da pustim? Nešto ne... Jer sam išla na full screen i sad...
Znači još i ovaj? Dva, ti si rekao još jedan.
Moram da To.
Orden sa partijatrom des Equalia.
Sad kad sam ga šerala, to.
Ne, play.
Our talk is about redesigning learning at the point where three lines meet. Artificial intelligence as the relational mechanism, ontologies as the semantic structures, and qualia as the lived subjective experience of learning. Our goal is to show why these three should be treated as an integrated system, not parallel tracks. I'll briefly motivate the problem, introduce its figure, present their interdependencies, and outline practical research and implementation pathway. I'll finish with takeaways and time for questions. E-learning has become scalable and data-rich, yet many platforms still overlook the qualitative felt dimension of learning. Confusion, curiosity, satisfaction, or frustration. This paper proposes a triad that binds mechanism, meaning, and experience. The central question is, how can AI and ontologies be guided by an explicit representation of learning experience to produce human-centered adaptation? Our aim is conceptual clarity plus actionable steps, so that researchers and designers can operationalize this perspective in real systems. We anchor design in the classical educational telos, autonomy, intellectual, emotional, ethical, and social self-governance. Technology should strengthen, not weaken, learner agency. For us, that means building systems that help students reflect, choose, and self-regulate instead of nudging them invisibly. This standard involves our treatment of data, analytics, and interventions throughout the framework. E-learning is powered by AI techniques and structured by educational ontologies. The strengths are clear: adaptive pathways, rapid feedback, and strong analytics at scale. But critical gaps remain. Platforms rarely model subjective states. Transparency and ethics often lack, and pedagogy is sometimes retrofitted to tools rather than leading them. We are explicitly representing life experience can close much of this gap. AI contributes the how, machine learning, NLP, that is natural language processing, computer vision, and knowledge representation. Typical uses include intelligent tutoring, conversational guidance, automated assessment, and early warning analytics. The risks are equally well known: privacy, bias, opacity, and misalignment with teaching goals. In our triad, AI is powerful but not sovereign. It should be steered by semantics and by the learner's life state. Ontologies provide the shared vocabulary and relationships for content, competencies, learner profiles, and processes. They enable interoperability, reuse, and explainability. Systems can say not just what they did, but why. Well-designed ontologies connect outcomes to assessments and activities and make data portable across platforms. In our view, they are the semantic backbone that both constrains and empowers AI. By qualia, we refer to the felt what it is like aspects of learning, states such as confusion, curiosity, or flow. We're not claiming machines have consciousness. Rather, we claim that educational systems should standardize attributions of learner experience where ethically appropriate. This lets us reason about experience with the same rigor we apply to content or competencies. Qualia in our triad orient design toward human meaning and dignity. Subjective states drive engagement, persistence, and decision-making, often more than content difficulty alone. Today, platforms treat these states implicitly via clicks or time on task. We propose making them first-class objects, explicitly represented, ethically measured, and pedagogically actionable. That shift supports interventions that are not just adaptive, but experience-aware and autonomy-respecting. Here is the triad in one view. AI personalizes and delivers. Ontologies give meaning and structure. Qualia keep human experience at the center. Mechanism without meaning can be efficient but misguided. Meaning without experience can be elegant but unengaging. Interdependence is the point. Each pillar informs and constrains the others to produce coherent, humane systems. Briefly, AI needs ontologies for context and qualia for prioritizing interventions that matter to the learner. Ontologies benefit from AI to populate instances at scale and from qualia to represent experiential dimensions. Qualia representations need AI for operationalization and ontologies for standardization. Thinking systematically prevents local optimizations and harm the overall learning experience. Consider three familiar capabilities. First, adaptive systems that pace difficulty and progression based on mastery. Second, conversational agents that guide, prompt reflection, or deliver microfeedback. Third, analytics that identify risk and recommend resources. Our proposal is to enhance each of these with explicit ethical inputs about the learner's experiential state. On the ontology side, curriculum and competency graphs link outcomes, content, and assessment. Learner model ontologies describe profiles, preferences, and contexts. Interoperability makes data explainable across LMSs and tools. When these structures include experiential classes and properties, they open the door to truly integrated, qualia-aware adaptation. How do we estimate subjective states practically? Current approaches combine affective signals from text, voice, or facial cues with behavioral traces like pauses or retreats. We stress caution, inference quality, privacy, consent, and fairness are non-negotiable. Our framework pairs measurement with governance. Learners must know what is inferred and be able to contest it. This way, we propose a conceptual ontology with classes such as learning episode, modality, phenomenal quality, and affective state. Exemplars include confusion, curiosity, boredom, and anxiety linked to evidence and context. The ontology should align with existing educational standards to remain interoperable. This is a roadmap for shared semantics, not a closed catalog. Here is how a single learning episode could carry both semantic and experiential annotations to inform adaptation and analytics. A learning episode is a time-bounded activity for a specific learner. Properties might include has modality, visual, auditory, or textual, has phenomenal quality, clarity or novelty, and has affective state, like confusion or curiosity. By annotating episodes with both semantic and experiential facets, systems can choose better interventions. A clarifying hint, a different modality, or a reflective prompt. This is where the triad becomes operational. Experience-aware systems must protect learners' rights and avoid manipulative designs. Pedagogy should lead technology, not vice versa. More specifically, experience-aware systems require guardrails from the start. Privacy by design, explicit opt-in consent, and data minimization are essential. Biased audits, model transparency, and meaningful explanation build trust. More importantly, pedagogy leads. Interventions must respect autonomy and avoid manipulation or pseudo-intimacy. We outline four priorities. First, robust operationalization of qualia constructs with validated instruments. Second, reliable mappings from signals to states with uncertainty estimates. Third, human-in-the-loop protocols for correction and appeals. Fourth, rigorous trials to measure whether qualia-aware interventions improve learning outcomes and well-being. Adopt a pragmatic rollout. Begin with low-stakes domains and fully informed opt-in cohorts. Integrate the qualia ontology alongside existing learner models, exposing simple, transparent dashboards for educators and students. Iterate through co-design cycles, documenting benefits, risks, and mitigation strategies. Our contribution is a conceptual bridge and practical roadmap. Treat AI as mechanism, ontologies as structure, and qualia as experience together, not in isolation. This integration reframes design space and points to interoperable, ethically grounded, human-centered e-learning. If you remember one idea, let it be this. Meaningful learning emerges when mechanism and meaning are guided by lived experience. To conclude, convergence matters. When technology, semantics, and experience are aligned, we can build systems that are powerful, explainable, and genuinely supportive of learner autonomy. Well, thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take your questions and discuss collaborations or pilot studies. In this case, you can send us an email. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for joining. Our talk is about redesigning learning at the point where three lines meet. Artificial intelligence as the operational mechanism, qualities as the semantic structure, and qualia as the
Okay, now we have the last paper for today, but as we can see, the authors are not online, so I will close the third session for today, and I want to call our dean, Professor Drapovic, to close the conference.
Thank you. So, we made it through. Thank you for being so patient. Usually, because we have now exam terms, additional exam terms, a lot of our professor and teaching assistants are, throughout the day, they were in the halls and in the classrooms, monitoring their students. But, as I said, I hope it was a really fruitful discussion for the last 2 days. And hopefully we will see all of you together in person, and all the people who are online, especially those who are close to us, for instance from Greece or from Bulgaria, to be here again. And to conclude, thank you again for joining this conference, and hope to see you all next year, again on the last week of September. Thank you all for joining.